Yes. Hope you're doing all fine, guys. How are you doing? Tell me. How was your day?
Match found.
Oh, hello, team.
Stand in my way.
Hello, man. How are you doing?
Good, and you?
What?
Luca, what are you playing?
And I have to play Duelist. Okay.
That will be good. Reyna maybe?
Reyna. Uh.
Just... I'm gonna
I
die.
prefer Phoenix.
So you can flash us.
Yeah. I wanna flash. I wanna do the wall. I wanna throw my ball on Cypher.
Don't worry if you
Like.
flash us. Just kill the enemies.
Okay.
Yo, let's stop these guys. For real. No
Oh,
one
dude.
gets past me
They
again.
have two healers.
Omen, can you come with me? There are the smokes of Viper here. So.
No one is with me.
What?
Can someone come A?
Yeah, I'm coming A, but
Good.
we need Omen for the smokes here.
Info.
Someone B.
Tripwire destroyed. Enemy spotted B. Tripwire destroyed. Silence.
Spike planted.
On the right.
Clearing out.
Last player standing.
Flash out.
Empty now.
Tell me where they are, Cypher. I'll take care of the rest.
I'll clip that Jett's wings.
Got one. My camera is destroyed.
Reyna maybe.
can move
They're
here.
rotating, rotating. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey, hey.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Blinding.
Reloading.
Out of charges.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Blow.
Spike planted.
Tagged.
Let's try.
Anti-ban.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
Reloading. I need this.
Behind me.
Guys, I think we need a Sentinel in A. Next round, if you can, Cypher is better.
We're still in B main.
Probably coming a bridge. Watch out.
Found you.
Yeah.
No.
Someone is B. Careful now.
One inside you on Jett.
Spike
Don't
planted.
push, don't push. Wait for this.
Concussing.
Wait.
Someone's B.
Last player standing.
I hear them scurrying.
Guys, can you listen to me? Cypher, can you go A, please?
I don't have setup for it.
Man, I tell you, I have. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't time. Next round, okay?
Yeah.
I am not just a shadow.
You smoke B. At least one in mid, two mid, main. They're coming here.
Forever. Blasting. Flash out.
Last player standing.
Just save.
Spike planted.
No, it's not a good place to hide.
Someone coming.
don't want to take you out, Sage, but I gotta.
Reloading.
Do you know the setup?
Yep.
Out of charges.
Okay. You can put your traps here, your cable here, one here. Okay, one here, in diagonal.
Cage.
Cage after that. One cage here and your cam here. The cam here.
No time out.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Spike planted.
Cypher, you have to put the traps faster, but they
New
work.
fact,
You
new
see, they
tactics, keep
work.
it fresh, yeah?
You can do it.
Reloading.
Come. Use your knife.
Reloading.
Gérard, vous avez vu la taille de la livraison
Okay, comes here.
C'est insensé. Qui a besoin de ton matériel? Tu t'en tireras mieux si tu poses moi une question. Concentre-toi sur la
Cage, ouais. Right?
Yes. You open the cage
Okay.
when they arrive, so you can cover yourself.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
Viper. Apple.
Kill their Skye.
Trevor! Out of charges. Blinding!
You had your fun. My turn. Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nice. Ult. Ult.
They try the same old tricks.
Shadows traveling.
Come guys, I will ult.
Ult.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Who to smother first?
Reloading.
Nice, stop pushing,
Je
please.
vous ai dit que j'ai de nouveau des problèmes de cheveux ce soir. C'est la deuxième fois en un an.
Hey. Hey, fucking hey.
Watch them run.
Come on, let's go!
Spike planted.
Inside.
Goodbye.
Last player standing.
Take Vandal. Outside.
One enemy remaining.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
What the fuck, guys? Wow, defending and losing. To 0. I need to do something.
The hunt begins.
I've got your trail.
Reloaded. Concussing! Reload him.
Spike planted.
Flash out!
Last player standing.
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Loading.
Please, can I have your vandal?
I need a drop.
Thank you.
No problem.
Get out of my way!
Careful now. You're out.
Trevor!
Don't rush, don't rush, don't rush.
Clearing out!
Viper, chill, Viper, chill.
One enemy remaining.
Grab the spike.
My turn!
That's like, that's like.
Flash out! Going up.
One enemy remaining.
Don't rush, don't rush.
They're in for a rude awakening.
I think I'm going to AOK.
Ah, you push why?
Viper, go back, go back.
Watch your eyes! Concussing! Going up! Blasting!
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Blinding! Spikes A.
Good shot.
Last round before the switch.
We can't take anything with us after this. Anyone have funds to spare?
Please, do you want to call on me?
What? Take it. No worries.
It's gonna be difficult.
Rotate. I think I'm here.
Forever!
Right back in yours.
Reloading. Clearing out!
Info.
Spike planted.
That's done.
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, what a serious Omen.
You will not kill my allies!
You have 2 flashes.
Flash! Flash!
One enemy remaining. Clutch.
Nice try.
Switching sides.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Rotate.
Reloading.
Rotate on this stuff.
Reloading.
Reloading. Flash out!
Don't fight him, please.
Someone's mid.
Reloading.
Watch your eyes!
Can you go through link?
Plastic! Watch your eyes!
Dead.
Spike down A.
Blinding! The angel's dead!
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
If you lose focus, you die.
I knew this.
Over.
Don't.
There's someone here.
Wait a second.
Top mid, top.
Carrier is killed.
Spike down B.
Slammer.
Reloaded.
Cage triggered.
Someone's been
Here.
Need help!
Spike down B.
Ah, my eyes are down. I have retrieved the spike. Planted the spike. Found you.
Last player standing. Match point.
You man ready for a light show?
Phoenix going down your vandal. Phoenix.
Yeah.
That Arabian night must be ours.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Flash! Going up!
Omen to smoke.
Flash! Concussing!
Need backup.
Target down. Careful now.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Probably in heaven.
Planted the spike.
Top. Oh, no.
Here.
Nice.
Easy save.
If any of you die, I lose a bet with Brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
I need a
go
drop.
mid.
Reloading.
I can buy.
I need a drop.
Breathe.
Shadows traveling.
Rotate, please. Not from it.
One down.
Not from it.
We can enter in there.
Yeah, go back.
Yeah, go back.
Shift! Man.
They know. Yeah, like.
Wait.
Come on, let's go!
Left.
Someone's A. Forever loaded. Clearing out.
Reloading. Go. My alternate is ready.
Cage triggered.
Watch them run. Spike planted. Shadows traveling.
Behind you, Omen.
Last player standing.
GG.
Defenders win.
GG.
Okay. Need a team.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Sorry, Mama. I have to kill people today.
Let's go, guys. Hello, hello, guys. Yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo.
I'm out of here.
Concussing!
Reloading.
Yeah, advance. Flank, flank.
Opponent killed.
Go A.
Hellweed, Hellweed. Hell Neon, Hell Neon.
Our spike's down.
Oh my god.
Spike down. B. Last player standing.
Countermeasure broken.
30 seconds left.
Why you jump? You jump so he can hit you?
Ten seconds left.
No charges.
enemy remaining.
Let's try.
Come on! Get me in the line of fire.
Go, go, go!
Through the calm, I see. Through the storm, I fight.
Trevor!
Spike down A.
Gotta go! Gotta go!
Last player standing.
Alright! I got the spike. You plum. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
That's
So-
3.
30 seconds left.
Oh, nice. Nice.
There's
Blow.
a name for this.
That's
Oh
true.
yeah. Second-hand embarrassment.
Dangly glove. You are bark and bite.
I need a drop. Punch in.
Go, go, go! Gotta go! Stop it!
Pepsi!
Reloading.
Blasting!
I'm out of here. Carrier down.
Spike down B.
This way. My ult is ready.
Hey door. Flash out!
Last player standing.
Back like I never
Got the
left.
spike!
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
That Jett is all speed, no skill. She's mine. I'm out of here. Enemy spotted. Go, go, go. Right here. Reloading. Right here. Gotta go. Shock it. I'm out of here. This way. I'm out of here.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Oh my god.
30 seconds left.
Too late.
Ten seconds left.
Blinding.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters. Go, go, go! Blind their scout. Reloading. Go, go, go!
Forever. Clearing out.
Yo, hamor darayo. Down.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
They're tripped. One less. My ult is ready. No charges. Check your corners. Their success rides on our carelessness.
Come on, guys, come on.
Trust in my healing. Enemy spotted. Enemy B.
Nowhere to run.
Try. Here I go.
Blasting.
Go, go, go!
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Have ult. Ult.
One enemy remaining.
3 out. Countermeasure broken.
One moment. Fuck.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once again.
No, 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 no. Focus,
I'm out of
focus.
here! I have your back.
smoke. Bro. Please smoke.
Enemy spotted. A. Concussing.
Welcome to my world.
Clearing out. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Pick up a new hobby.
My Lola was right. Weeds are difficult to kill. I'm out of here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Trevor.
Why go A?
Stick.
Spike down A.
Why go A?
Where's the spike? Fucking spike. Stupid.
Sage, are you stupid too?
What they
Go,
want?
go, go!
We talk about A.
I don't
B.
know
We talk
fucking
about B.
spike.
Why did we trace the spike again?
Remove.
One enemy remaining.
Concussing.
There, gotta go! I got the spike.
30 seconds left.
Plant fast.
He's not AFK.
Plant fast. Good job. Never go with the spike alone.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin. Go, go, go!
Let's go.
Right there. Right there.
I love this sport! Gotta go! No peeking! Sock it!
Trevor. Clearing
Maybe
out.
go A.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Coming through!
Go A. Sage,
Reloading!
please go A.
Gotta go!
Yeah, let's go. Chill.
Blinding. Countermeasure
Chamber
broke.
is happy.
Our carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
Plant fast.
I have to push.
Got spike.
Plant fast.
I'm out of here. There.
Last player standing.
Enclosure broken.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, nice. But
Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Go, go, go! Gotta go! All one! Wall raised.
what the fuck is this wall, Sage? What the
Sage,
fuck?
yes, what are you doing?
What the fuck?
Thank me later.
For what? Where do you will put this? Where?
That's so. I'm out of here. Coming through. I'm out of here.
Ruby. Please, Ruby.
It's over. You're dead.
Never saw a wall like this. Shit.
Go, go, go!
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
down.
Inside, plant inside.
There. Spike planted.
Don't push, just go.
Enemy B.
Last player standing.
Oh my god. Are you fucking stupid trolling? Report him. Just report him.
Charge and shoot. Easy enough. Gotta go.
He's doing like he thinks he's timid or tense or I don't know.
Go, go, go.
Concussing. Blasting. Flash out. Blinding.
Dusted.
There. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
So
For you.
run.
Last round in the half.
Spend your cash. I'm out of here.
I need a drop.
There. Move.
Yeah.
Enemy A. Enemy A. Our spy carriers down.
Spike down A.
Trevor! Clearing out!
Wall raised.
Sword gods.
Last player standing.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Gateway closed.
Switching sides.
Gotta go. Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Could be worse. Could be better. Careful. Many enemies B.
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. Enemy spotted B.
Concussing! Blasting!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Smart move. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Reyna, clock ticking. Go, go, go.
Establishing perimeter.
Phoenix A. A.
B.
Many enemies.
Spike down A.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
to get back up. Just give me a nudge.
Ama gelip beni öldürmenin şerefini almak zorunda mısın? Hiç.
What did you say? What did you say?
Snare prime. Trap set. Snare prime.
Enemy A. Jett grounded. There.
Countermeasure broken.
Enemy A.
Flash out.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Blinding. Worthless.
One enemy remaining.
Clearing out. Out of charges.
Come on, guys, defend me. Good job.
Sorry. The radiant light stays with me.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns really dropped?
What the fuck is this here?
Gotta go. I'm out of here. Need a drop. Need a drop.
Hey.
Trevor. Blasting.
Welcome to my world.
Bye-bye.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go.
One enemy remaining.
Refreshing.
Close to your left, behind you.
Enemy A. This
One defuse, one defuse.
Dog's red. Go, go,
Good
go.
job, good job.
Advancing vacuum deactivated. Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
I need a drop.
Cloth, can you buy me, please?
Thank you.
Deadlock. Thank you.
Take control. Engagement ready.
Don't come, Veto. Stay there. Don't come here, don't come here.
Flash out. Clearing out.
Good job.
B heaven.
Right here. Right here.
One enemy remaining. Spike
So
down
some-
B.
Enemy. I'm out of here.
Long.
Good job.
Lan sal ya sal. Amına koydum çocuğu. Belaydı. Ice gelecek. Amına koydum. Niye vuruyor?
Let them
انا مش فاهم انا بكلم
Vurdu
شغابي
zaten
في
adam.
واحد كمان
Amına
يماني
koydum.
What the fuck are you saying, guys?
Jeez.
go, go, go.
What is this language?
Jeez.
Ask him.
You want to play? Let's play.
Hey.
Concussing! Blasting!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
Alright, muckers. Off we go.
Hey.
Nowhere to run! Joke's over! You're dead! Let's go!
Enemy A.
Clearing out! Blinding! Flash out!
Spike planted.
Right here.
So
Last player standing. That's you, pal. One enemy remaining. Bye.
Go. Run. Run. Good.
Please stay
alive.
I hate making
Look, this is no. How tiny? See? Oh, dude. Strasznie ruki na... Wiesz, chyba...
Reloading. Many enemies there.
concussing!
Work good.
Blasting!
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Blinding!
Many enemies A.
Weak!
Back like I never left.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Free out!
30 seconds left.
Enemy spotted.
Trevor!
Sure.
Speak up out there, but make your words count.
Go. I'm out of here.
Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Spike spotted B. Enemy spotted B. Heads up.
Ofisini alsana. Niye? Sana da. Gel ofis.
Barrier created.
Gel ofis.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Don't get back up, sweetheart. If you must fall, then fall near me. Need a drop. Salamat, thanks. Gotta go!
I need a drop. Thank you.
I will hold up the sky. I'm out of here. Enemy removed. There, enemy A. Reloading.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Enemy spotted.
Yeah,
Spike down A.
You want to play? Let's play.
Taken out. Gotta go. Shocking.
One enemy remaining.
Good job.
Spike there. A. Spikes here.
Seconds left.
Good job.
And that's another dead one.
Take a moment to collect yourselves. Scattered minds make simple. I need a drop.
Go, go, go. Can someone get this?
Yan alsana sana zahmet.
Thank you.
Yan.
I need a drop.
Al şunu al. Ver.
Trevor!
Enemy spotted.
Push around, they must stand.
Gateway.
Suck.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Plenty.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
My ult
Match
is ready.
point.
Get ready. I go fast. I can buy. Who needs what? I'm out of here.
I need a drop.
No, buy me. Thank you.
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks. Many enemies out of my way.
Nowhere to run!
Countermeasure broken.
Veto, you have ult like 4 rounds. Use it, don't let it stay too much.
Welcome to mine.
One enemy remaining.
Blasting!
Spike spotted. Shot it.
Flash out!
136.
I'm out of here.
Grab a mom.
Shortcut. Here we go.
Switching Overtime. sides.
Rely on each other. They send us in groups
Go, go, go.
for a reason. Reloading.
We try B, but quick rotate.
Reloading.
As prepared as I'll ever be. Enemy spotted B. Denial active. Countermeasure broken. Enemy B.
I'm coming, Sage.
Healing you. Target down.
Go A.
Pitiful.
There.
Come A, come A.
Chamber mid.
Come A, come A.
Schon verbraucht.
Our carrier's dead.
Come A.
Spike down A.
Forever! Clearing out!
Last player standing.
You want to play? Let's play.
Switching
Match
sides.
point.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Gotta go. Watching here.
Concussing! Blasting! Blinding!
There.
Take this.
Flash out!
Got him.
Last player standing.
Hadi.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. My ult's ready.
Pay attention. He have
Ulti var ya. Ulti var.
sniper. He have sniper. He have operator.
He doesn't have shield. Shield.
Gotta go.
Yeah, yeah. Just one
O
shot and
geçmedi,
he's
o
dead.
geçmedi. Aldım, aldım.
Just wait.
30 seconds left.
Don't have time, don't have time, don't have time. Wait, wait, wait.
10 seconds left.
I'm out of here.
Spike planted.
Here we go.
Good job. Nice.
Clutch.
Go, go, go.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I know what must be done. to stay.
Trevor!
Enemy spotted A.
Denial active.
Enemy spotted A.
Clearing out! Our carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
Hi, monsieur.
Eliminate. Wall raised. Jett
Grounded.
Joke's over!
One enemy
You're
remaining.
dead!
Thirty seconds
Gotta
left.
go. Shocking. There. I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
No, no.
Match switching sides.
Hi, I'm out of here.
It's a hard match. Oh my god.
Add one. There. Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
Concussing! Blasting!
B.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Enemy spotted B. Shocking. Enemy B.
One enemy remaining.
Get off my back. My ult's ready. Changing plans.
Coming.
Switching sides.
Me. He was older and his features were kinder and friendlier. But there was a light in his eyes that frightened me. The vision didn't last more than a second. Then I was back at Puente de la Reina, where the many roads to Santiago, coming from all over Europe, became one. There in front of me, a boy was asking for his ball, with a sweet, sad look in his eye. Petrus approached me, took the ball from my hand, and gave it to the boy. "Where is the relic hidden?" he asked the boy. "What relic?" he said, as he grabbed his friend's hand, jumped away, and threw himself into the water. We climbed the bank and crossed the bridge. I began to ask questions about what had happened, and I described my vision of the desert, but Petrus changed the subject and said that we should talk about it when we had traveled further from that spot. Half an hour later, we came to a stretch of the road that still showed vestiges of Roman paving. Here was another bridge, this one in ruins, and we sat down to have the breakfast that had been given to us by the monks. Rye bread, yogurt, and goat's cheese. "Why did you want the kids' ball?" Petrus asked me. I told him that I hadn't wanted the ball, that I had acted that way because Petrus himself had behaved so strangely, as if the ball were very important to him. In fact, it allowed you to win out over your personal devil. My personal devil? This was the most ridiculous thing I had heard during the entire trip. I had spent 6 days coming and going in the Pyrenees. I had met a sorcerer priest who had performed no sorcery, and my finger was raw meat because every time I had a cruel thought about myself, from hypochondria to feelings of guilt to an inferiority complex, I had to dig my fingernail into my wounded thumb. But about one thing Petrus was right. My negative thinking had diminished considerably. Still, this story about having a personal devil was something I had never heard, and I wasn't going to swallow it easily. Today, before crossing the bridge, I had a strong feeling of the presence of someone who was trying to give us a warning. But the warning was more for you than for me. A battle is coming on very soon, and you will have to fight the good fight. When you do not know your personal devil, he usually manifests himself in the nearest person. I looked around and I saw those boys playing, and I figured that it was there that he would probably give his warning. But I was only following a hunch. I became sure that it was your personal devil when you refused to give the ball back. I repeated that I had done so because I thought it was what Petrus wanted. Why me? I never said a word. I began to feel a little dizzy. Maybe it was the food, which I was devouring voraciously after almost an hour of walking and feeling hungry. Still, I could not escape the feeling that the boy had seemed familiar. Your personal devil tried 3 classical approaches: a threat, a promise, and an attack on your weak side. Congratulations. You resisted bravely. Now I remembered that Petrus had asked the boy about the relic. At the time, I had thought that the boy's response showed that he had tried to fool me. But he must really have had a relic hidden there. A devil never makes false promises. When the boy could not remember about the relic, your personal devil had gone away. Then he added without blinking, "It is time to call him back. You are going to need him." We were sitting on the ruins of the old bridge. Petrus carefully gathered the remains of the meal and put them into the paper bag that the monks had given us. In the fields in front of us, the workers began to arrive for the day's plowing. But they were so far away that I couldn't hear what they were saying. It was rolling land, and the cultivated patches created unusual designs across the landscape. Under our feet, the watercourse, almost non-existent due to the drought, made very little noise. Before he went out into the world, Christ went into the desert to talk with his personal devil. Petrus began. He learned what he needed to know about people, but he did not let the devil dictate the rules of the game. That is how he won. Once, a poet said that no man is an island. In order to fight the good fight, we need help. We need friends, and when the friends aren't nearby, we have to turn solitude into our main weapon. We need the help of everything around us in order to take the necessary steps toward our goal. Everything has to be a personal manifestation of our will to win the good fight. If we don't understand that, then We don't recognize that we need everything and everybody, and we become arrogant warriors. And our arrogance will defeat us in the end, because we will be so sure of ourselves that we won't see the pitfalls there on the field of battle. His comments about warriors and battles reminded me again of Carlos Castaneda's Don Juan. I asked myself whether the old medicine man would have given lessons early in the morning, before his disciple had even been able to digest his breakfast. But Petrus continued, over and above the physical forces that surround us and help us, there are basically two spiritual forces on our side, an angel and a devil. The angel always protects us and is a divine gift. You do not have to invoke him. Your angel's face is always visible when you look at the world with eyes that are receptive. He is this river, the workers in the field, and that blue sky. This old bridge that helps us to cross the stream was built here by the hands of anonymous Roman legionnaires, and the bridge, too, is the face of your angel. Our grandparents called him the guardian angel. The devil is an angel, too, but he is a free, rebellious force. In antiquity, he was represented by Mercury and by Hermes Trismegistus, the messenger of the gods. His arena is only on the material plane. He is present in the gold of the church because the gold comes from the earth, and the earth is your devil. He is present in our work and in our ways of dealing with money. When we let him loose, his tendency is to disperse himself. When we exorcise him, we lose all of the good things that he has to teach us. He knows a great deal about the world and about human beings. When we become fascinated by his power, he owns us and keeps us from fighting the good fight. So the only way to deal with our messenger is to accept him as a friend, by listening to his advice and asking for his help when necessary, but never allowing him to dictate the rules of the game. Like you did with the boy. To keep the messenger from dictating the rules of the game, it is necessary first that you know what you want and then that you know his face and his name. How can I know them? I asked. And then Petrus taught me the messenger ritual. Wait until night to perform it when it is easier, Petrus said. Today, at your first meeting, he will tell you his name. This name is secret and should never be told to anyone. Not even me. Whoever knows the name of your messenger can destroy you. Petrus got up and we began to walk. Shortly, we reached the field where the farmers were working. We said Buenos dias to them and went on down the road. If I had to use a metaphor, I would say that your angel is your armor, and your messenger is your sword. Armor protects you under any set of circumstances, but a sword can fall to the ground in the midst of a battle, or it can kill a friend, or be turned against its owner. A sword can be used for almost anything, except as something to sit on, he said, laughing. We stopped in a town for lunch, and the young waiter who served us was clearly in a bad mood. He didn't answer any of our questions, he served the meal sloppily, and he even succeeded in spilling coffee on Petrus's shorts. I watched my guide go through a transformation. Furious, he went to find the owner and complained loudly about the waiter's rudeness. He wound up going to the men's room and taking off his shorts. The owner cleaned them and spread them out to dry. As we waited for the 2 o'clock sun to dry Petrus's shorts, I was thinking about everything we had talked about that morning. It was true that most of what Petrus had said about the boy by the river made sense. After all, I had had a vision of the desert and of a face. But that story about the messenger seemed a little primitive to me. For a person with any intelligence here in the 20th century, the concepts of hell, of sin, and of the devil did not make much sense. In the tradition, whose teachings I had followed for much longer than I had followed the road to Santiago, the messenger was a spirit that ruled the forces of the earth and was always a friend. He was often used in magical operations but never as an ally or counselor with regard to daily events. Petrus had led me to believe that I could use the friendship of the messenger as a means to improve my work and my dealings with the world. Beside being profane, this idea seemed to me to be childish. The messenger ritual. 1. Sit down and relax completely. Let your mind wander and your thinking flow without restraint. After a while, begin to repeat to yourself, now I am relaxed, and I am in the deepest kind of sleep. 2. When you feel that your mind is no longer concerned with anything, imagine a billow of fire to your right. Make the flames lively and brilliant. Then quietly say, I order my subconscious to show itself. I order it to open and reveal its magic secrets. Wait a bit and concentrate only on the fire. If an image appears, it will be a manifestation of your subconscious. Try to keep it alive. 3. keeping the fire always to your right. Now begin to imagine another billow of fire to your left. When the flames are lively, say the following words quietly. May the power of the Lamb, which manifests itself in everything and everyone, manifest itself in everything and everyone, manifest itself also in me when I invoke my messenger. Name of messenger will appear before me now. 4. Talk with your messenger who should appear between the two fires. Discuss your specific problems, ask for advice, and give him the necessary orders. 5. When your conversation has ended, dismiss the messenger with the following words. I thank the Lamb for the miracle I have performed. May, name of messenger, return whenever he is invoked, and when he is far away, may he help me to carry on my work. Note, on the first invocation or during the first invocations, depending on the ability of the person performing the ritual to concentrate, do not say the name of the messenger. Just say he. If the ritual is well performed, the messenger should immediately reveal his name telepathically. If not, insist until you learn his name and only then begin the conversation. The more the ritual is repeated, the stronger the presence of the messenger will be and the more rapid his actions. But I had sworn to Madame Lourdes that I would give total obedience to my guide. Once again, I had to dig my nail into my red, raw thumb. I should not have put him down, Petrus said about the waiter after we had left. I mean, after all, he didn't spill that coffee on me but on the world that he hated. He knows that there is a huge world out there that extends well beyond the borders of his imagination. And his participation in that world is limited to getting up early, going to the bakery, waiting on whoever comes by, and masturbating every night, dreaming about the women he will never get to know. It was the time of day when we usually stopped for our siesta, but Petrus had decided to keep walking. He said that it was a way of doing penance for his intolerance. And I, who had not done a thing, had to trudge along with him under the hot sun. I was thinking about the good fight and the millions of souls who, right then, were scattered all over the planet, doing things they didn't want to do. The cruelty exercise, in spite of having made my thumb raw, was helping me. It had helped me to see how my mind could betray me, pushing me into situations I wanted no part of and into feelings that were no help to me. Right then, I began to hope that Petrus was right, that a messenger really did exist and that I could talk to him about practical matters and ask him for help with my day-to-day problems. I was anxious for night to fall. Meanwhile, Petrus could not stop talking about the waiter. Finally, he wound up convincing himself that he had acted properly. Once again, he used a Christian argument to make his case. Christ forgave the adulterous woman but cursed the grower who would not give him a fig. And I am not here either, just to be a nice guy. That was it. In his view, the matter was settled. Once again, the Bible had saved him. We reached Estella at almost 9 o'clock at night. I took a bath and we went down to eat. The author of the first guide for the Jacobean route, Emeric Picard, had described Estella as a fertile place, with good bread and great wine, meat and fish. Its river, the EGA, has good, fresh, clean water. I didn't drink the river water, but as far as the menu at our restaurant was concerned, Picard's assessment was still right, even after 8 centuries. It offered braised leg of lamb, artichoke hearts, and a Rioja wine from a very good year. We sat at the table for a long time, talking about inconsequential things and enjoying the wine. But finally Petrus said that it was a good time for me to have my first contact with my messenger. We went out to look around the city. Some alleys led directly to the river, as they do in Venice, and I decided to sit down in one of them. Petrus knew that from that point on it was I who would conduct the ceremony, so he hung back. I looked at the river for a long time. Its water and its sound began to take me out of this world and to create a profound serenity in me. I closed my eyes and imagined the first billow of fire. It was not easy to imagine at first, but finally it appeared. I pronounced the ritual words, and another billow of fire appeared to my left. The space between the two billows, illuminated by the fires, was completely empty. I kept looking at that space for a while, trying not to think, so that the messenger would manifest himself. But instead of his appearing, various exotic scenes began to appear. The entrance to a pyramid, a woman dressed in pure gold, some black men dancing around a fire. The images came and went in rapid succession, and I let them flow uncontrolled. There also appeared some stretches of the road that I had traversed with Petrus. Byways, restaurants, forests, until, with no warning, the ashen desert that I had seen that morning appeared between the two fires. And there, looking at me, was the friendly man with the traitorous look in his eyes. He laughed, and I smiled in my trance. He showed me a closed bag, then opened it and looked inside, but in such a way that I could not see into it. Then a name came to my mind. Astrain. I began to envision the name and make it dance between the two fires, and the messenger gave a nod of approval. I had learned his name. It was time to end the exercise. I said the ritual words and extinguished the fires, first on the left and then on the right. I opened my eyes, and there was the river Ega in front of me. It was much less difficult than I had imagined, I said to Petrus, after I had told him about everything that had occurred between the two fires. This was your first contact, a meeting to establish mutual recognition and mutual friendship. Your conversations with the messenger will be productive if you invoke him every day and discuss your problems with him. But you have to know how to distinguish between what is real assistance and what is a trap. Keep your sword ready every time you meet with him. But I don't have my sword yet, I answered. Right, so he can't cause you much damage. But even so, don't make it easy for him. The ritual having ended, I left Petrus and went back to the hotel. In bed, I thought about the poor young waiter who had served us lunch. I felt like going back there and teaching him the messenger ritual, telling him that he could change everything if he wanted to. But it was useless to try to save the world. I hadn't even been able to save myself yet. Love. Talking with your messenger doesn't mean asking questions about the world of the spirits, Petrus said the next day. The messenger performs only one function for you. He helps you with regard to the material world. And he will give you this help only if you know exactly what it is that you want. We had stopped in a town to have something to drink. Petrus had ordered a beer, and I asked for a soft drink. My fingers made abstract designs in the water on the table, and I was worried. You told me that the messenger had manifested himself in the boy because he needed to tell me something. Something urgent, he confirmed. We talked some more about messengers, angels, and devils. It was difficult for me to accept such a practical application of the mysteries of the tradition. Petrus said that we are always seeking some kind of reward. But I reminded him that Jesus had said that the rich man would not enter into the kingdom of heaven. But Jesus rewarded the man who knew how to make his master more adept. People did not believe in Jesus just because he was an outstanding orator. He had to perform miracles and reward those who followed him. No one is going to blaspheme Jesus in my bar, said the owner, who had been listening to our conversation. No one is blaspheming Jesus, Petrus answered. People speak poorly of Jesus when they commit the sin of taking his name in vain, like all of you did out there in the plaza. The owner hesitated for a moment, but then he answered, I had nothing to do with that. I was only a child at the time. The guilty ones are always the others, Petrus mumbled. The owner went into the kitchen, and I asked Petrus what he was talking about. 50 years ago, in this 20th century of ours, a gypsy was burned at the stake out there in the plaza. He was accused of sorcery and of blaspheming the sacred host. The case was lost amid the news of the Spanish Civil War, and no one remembers it today, except the people who live here. How do you know about it, Petrus? Because I have already walked the road to Santiago. We went on drinking there in the empty bar. The sun was hot, and it was our siesta time. A few minutes later, the owner reappeared, accompanied by the town priest. Who are you people? Asked the priest. Petrus showed him the scallop shells sewn to his knapsack. For 1,200 years, pilgrims had passed along the road in front of the bar, and the tradition was that every pilgrim was respected and welcomed under any circumstance. The priest changed his tone. How can it be that pilgrims on the road to Santiago are speaking poorly of Jesus? He asked, in a tone that was appropriate to a catechism. Nobody here was speaking poorly of Jesus. We were speaking poorly of the crimes committed in the name of Jesus. Like the gypsy that was burned at the stake there in the square. The shells on Petrus's knapsack had also changed the owner's attitude. Now he addressed us with some respect. The curse of the gypsy is still with us today, he said, and the priest looked at him reprovingly. Petrus wanted to know how. The priest said that these were stories told by the villagers and that the church did not approve of them. But the owner of the bar went on. Before the gypsy died, He said that the youngest child in the village was going to receive and incorporate his devils, and that when that child became old and died, the devils would pass on to another child, and so on, for all the centuries to come. The soil here is the same as the soil in the other towns around here, said the priest. When the other towns have a drought, we do too. When it rains and there's a good harvest, we fill our barns too. Nothing has happened here with us that has not happened in the neighboring towns too. This whole story is a fantasy. Nothing has happened because we isolated the curse, said the owner. Well then, let's see it, answered Petrus. The priest laughed and said that that was no way to talk. The owner of the bar made the sign of the cross, but neither of them moved. Petrus got the check and insisted that someone take us to the person who had inherited the curse. The priest excused himself, saying that he had been interrupted at something important and had to get back to his church, and he left before anyone could say anything. The owner of the bar looked at Petrus fearfully. Not to worry, said my guide. Just show us the house where the curse resides. We are going to try to rid the town of it. The owner of the bar went out into the dusty street with us. The hot sun of the afternoon beat down everywhere. We walked to the outskirts of the town, and he pointed to a house set off by itself at the side of the road. We always send meals, clothing, everything they need, he apologized. But not even the priest goes in there. We said goodbye to him and walked toward the house. The owner of the bar waited there, perhaps thinking that we would pass it by. But Petrus went up to the house and knocked on the door, and when I looked around, the bar owner had disappeared. A woman of about 70 came to the door. At her side was an enormous black dog, wagging his tail and apparently happy to see company. The woman asked what we wanted. She said she was busy washing clothes and had left some pots on the fire. She did not seem surprised by our visit. I figured that many pilgrims, not knowing about the curse, must have knocked on the door seeking shelter. We are pilgrims on the road to Compostela, and we need some hot water, Petrus said. I knew that you would not refuse us. With a show of irritation, the woman opened the door. We went into a small room, clean but poorly furnished. There was a sofa with its stuffing coming out, a bureau, and a formica-top table with 2 chairs. On the bureau was an image of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, some saints, and a crucifix made of mirrors. Through one of the 2 doors in the room, I could see the bedroom. The woman led Petrus through the other door into the kitchen. I have some water boiling, she said. Let me get you a container, and you can both get going. I was there in the living room, alone with the huge dog. He wagged his tail, docile and contented. The woman came back with an old can, filled it with water, and held it out to Petrus. There, go with God's blessing. But Petrus did not move. He took a tea bag from his knapsack, put it in the can, and said that he would like to share the little he had with her in appreciation for her welcome. The woman, clearly upset now, brought 2 cups and sat down at the table with Petrus. I kept looking at the dog as I listened to their conversation. They told me in the village that there was a curse on this house, Petrus commented boldly. The dog's eyes seemed to light up, as if he had understood what had been said. The old woman stood up immediately. That's a lie. It's an old superstition. Please finish your tea, because I have lots of things to do. The dog sensed the woman's sudden mood change. He remained still but alert. But Petrus continued to do what he was doing. He slowly poured the tea into the cup, raised it to his lips, and put it down on the table without drinking a drop. That's really hot, he said. I think I will wait until it cools off a bit. The woman did not sit down again. She was visibly uncomfortable with us there and clearly regretted having opened the door. She noticed that I was staring fixedly at the dog and called him to her. The animal obeyed, but when he reached her side, he turned to look at me. This is why he did it, my friend, Petrus said, looking at me. This is why your messenger appeared yesterday in the child. Suddenly I realized that I was not just looking at the dog. As soon as I had come in, the animal had hypnotized me and had kept my eyes fastened on him. The dog was staring at me and making me do as he wanted. I began to feel weak, as if I would like to lie down and sleep on the torn couch. It was really hot outside, and I did not feel much like walking. The feelings all seemed strange to me, and I had the impression that I was falling into a trap. The dog continued to look fixedly at me, and the more he looked at me, the more tired I felt. "Let's go," said Petrus, getting up and offering me the cup of tea. "Drink a bit of tea, because the lady wants us to get going." I hesitated, but I took the cup, and the hot tea revived me. I wanted to say something, ask what the animal's name was, but I could not get my voice to work. Something inside me had been aroused, something that Petrus had not taught me but that nevertheless began to manifest itself. I felt an uncontrollable desire to say strange words, the meaning of which I didn't even know. I thought that Petrus had put something in the tea. Everything began to blur, and I heard only very faintly the woman repeat to Petrus that we had to leave. I was in a state of euphoria, and I decided to speak the strange words that were coming to my mind. All I could see in the room was the dog. When I began to say those strange words, the dog started to growl. He understood what I was saying. I became more excited and continued to speak, louder and louder. The dog rose and bared his teeth. He was no longer the docile animal I had seen on arrival, but something awful and threatening that could attack me at any moment. I knew that the words were protecting me, and I began to speak even louder, focusing all of my energies on the dog. I felt that I had a different power within me and that it could keep the animal from attacking me. From that point on, everything began to happen in slow motion. I saw the woman come toward me, shrieking and trying to push me out of the house, and I saw Petrus holding the woman back. The dog paid no attention at all to their struggle. Snarling and baring his teeth, he continued to stare at me. I was trying to understand the strange language I was speaking, but each time I stopped to think about it, my power would weaken and the dog would start coming toward me. He was growing stronger. I began to scream, giving up my attempt at understanding, and the woman began to scream, too. The dog barked and threatened me. But so long as I continued speaking, I was safe. I heard raucous laughter, but I did not know if it was really occurring or if it was in my imagination. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the house, and the dog howled and leapt on me. I raised my arm to protect my face, shouted something, and waited to see what the impact would be. The dog had thrown himself upon me with all his strength, and I fell to the couch. For a few moments, our eyes were locked on each other's. In the next second, he ran from the house. I began to cry hysterically. I thought of my family, my wife, and my friends. I experienced an enormous feeling of love and, at the same time, an absurd happiness because all of a sudden I understood everything about the dog. Petrus took me by the arm and led me outside, as the woman pushed us both from behind. I looked around, and there was no sign of the dog. I hugged Petrus and continued to cry as we walked along in the sunlight. The next part of the journey is a blank. I only came to my senses later at a fountain, where Petrus was throwing water in my face and on the back of my neck. I asked for some to drink, and he said that if I drank anything then, I would vomit. I was a little nauseated, but I felt good. An immense love for everything and everybody had invaded my being. I looked around me and sensed the trees along the edge of the road, the small fountain where we had stopped, the fresh breeze, and the bird song from the forest. I was seeing the face of my angel, as Petrus had told me I would. I asked how far we were from the woman's house, and he said we had been walking for about 15 minutes. "You probably want to know what happened," he said. Actually, that was not important to me at all. I was just happy about the feelings of love that permeated me. The dog, the woman, the owner of the bar. Everything was a distant memory that seemed to have nothing to do with what I was feeling now. I told Petrus that I would like to go on walking because I was feeling so well. I got up, and we returned to the road to Santiago. Throughout the rest of the afternoon, I said almost nothing, delighting in the agreeable feeling that seemed to fill me. I still thought that perhaps Petrus had put something in the tea, but this was no longer important. We arrived at a hotel at 8 o'clock that night, and I was still in this state of beatitude, although it had diminished somewhat. The owner asked me for my passport so that I could register, and I gave it to him. "You're from Brazil?" "I've been there. I stayed at a hotel on Ipanema Beach." That absurd message brought me back to reality. There, along the Jacobean route, in a town that had been built centuries ago, was a hotel keeper who had been to Ipanema Beach. "I'm ready to talk," I told Petrus. "I have to know what happened today." The sense of beatitude had passed. Reason took its place, and my fear of the unknown, along with an urgent need to get my feet back on the ground, had returned. "After we eat," said Petrus. Petrus asked the hotel owner to turn on the television but to leave the sound off. He said that this was the best way for me to hear everything he said without asking a lot of questions, because part of me would be watching the television screen. He asked me how much I remembered of what had happened. I answered that I remembered everything except the part where we had walked to the fountain. That part is not important to the story, he answered. On the television screen, a film having something to do with coal mines began. The actors were dressed in turn-of-the-century clothing. Yesterday, when I sensed the urgency in your messenger, I knew that a battle along the road to Santiago was about to begin. You are here to find your sword and learn the ram practices. But every time a guide leads a pilgrim, there is at least one situation that goes beyond the control of both of them. It represents a kind of practical test of what is being taught. In your case, this was the encounter with the dog. The details of the battle and the explanation for the many devils that can be present in an animal I will explain later. What is important now is that you understand that the woman was already used to the curse. She had accepted it as normal, and the attitudes of the world were fine with her. She had learned to be satisfied with very little. When you exorcised the poor old woman's demons, you also unbalanced her universe. The other day we talked about the cruelty that people are capable of inflicting on themselves. Often, when we try to demonstrate that life is good and generous, such people reject the idea as if it came from the devil. People don't like to ask too much of life because they are afraid they will be defeated. But if someone wants to fight the good fight, that person must view the world as if it were a marvelous treasure waiting to be discovered and won. Petrus asked me if I knew what I was doing there on the road to Santiago. I am searching for my sword, I answered. And what do you want your sword for? I want it because it will bring me the power and the wisdom of the tradition. I felt that he was not too happy with my response. But he continued, you are here, searching for a reward. You are daring to dream, and you are doing everything possible to make your dream come true. You need to have a better idea of what it is that you are going to do with your sword. This has to be clearer to you before we can find it. But there is one thing in your favor, you are looking for a reward. You are walking the road to Santiago only because you want to be rewarded for your effort. I have noticed that you have applied everything I have taught you. You have been looking for a practical outcome. That is very positive. The only thing missing is your learning how to combine the RAM practices with your own intuition. The language of your heart is what is going to determine the best way to find and use your sword. If you can't bring the two together, the exercises and the RAM practices will become simply a part of the useless wisdom of the tradition. Petrus had told me this before in a different way, and although I agreed with him, it wasn't what I wanted to hear about. There were two aspects of the experience that I could not understand: the strange language I had spoken and my feeling of love and happiness after having evicted the dog. The sensation of happiness occurred because your action was suffused with agape. You talk a lot about agape, but you haven't really explained to me what it is. I have a feeling we are dealing with something that relates to a higher form of love. That's exactly right. In a little while, the time will come for you to experience that intense love, the love that consumes the one who loves. Meanwhile, be happy knowing that this love has manifested itself freely in you. I have had this sensation before, but it was brief, and it was different somehow. It always happened after a professional triumph, a win, or when I felt that Lady Luck was being generous with me. But when the feeling arose, I always pulled back. I felt frightened of experiencing it too intensely, as if the happiness could cause envy in others or as if I were unworthy of it. All of us, before we learn about agape, act that way, he said, with his gaze on the television screen. I asked him about the strange language I had spoken. That was a surprise to me. That is not a practice of the road to Santiago. It is a divine grace, and it is one of the RAM practices for the road to Rome. I had already heard some things about the divine graces, but I asked Petrus to explain them to me. They are gifts from the Holy Ghost that manifest themselves in people. There are a number of different kinds: the gift of curing, the gift of miracles, the gift of prophecy, among others. You experienced the gift of tongues, which is what the apostles experienced at Pentecost. The gift of tongues is related to direct communication with the Holy Ghost. It is used in powerful oratory, in exorcisms, as was your case, and in wisdom. Your days on the road and the RAM practices not only led to the danger that the dog represented for you, but also by chance gave rise to the gift of tongues. It won't happen again, unless you find your sword and decide to walk the road to Rome. In any case, it was a good omen. I watched the silent television screen. The story of the coal mines had been transformed into a succession of men and women talking and arguing. Every so often, an actor and an actress would kiss. One other thing, said Petrus. It may be that you are going to meet up with that dog again. Next time, don't try to invoke the gift of tongues, because it won't come back. Trust in what your intuition is going to tell you. I am going to teach you another RAM practice that will enhance your intuition. With it, you will begin to learn the secret language of your mind, and that language will be very useful to you for the rest of your life. Petrus turned the television off, just as I was beginning to get involved in the story. He went to the bar and asked for a bottle of mineral water. We each drank a little, and he took what was left outdoors. We felt the fresh air, and for a few moments neither of us said anything. The night was quiet, and the Milky Way overhead reminded me again that my goal was to find my sword. After some time, Petrus taught me the water exercise. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, he said. But do this exercise now. Call up your intuition again, your secret side. Don't be concerned about logic, because water is a fluid element, and it does not allow itself to be controlled easily. But water, little by little and in a non-violent way, is going to build a new relationship between you and your universe. And before he went through the door of the hotel, he added, "It is not often that someone gets help from a dog." I continued to enjoy the freshness and the silence of the night. The hotel was out in the country, and there was no one there with me. I remembered the owner, who had been to Ipanema. He must find it absurd to see me there in that arid place, burned by the sun that shone down with such ferocity day after day. The arousal of intuition, the water exercise. Make a puddle of water on a smooth, non-absorbent surface. Look into the puddle for a while. Then begin to play with it without any particular commitment or objective. Make designs that mean absolutely nothing. Do this exercise for a week, allowing at least 10 minutes each time. Don't look for practical results from this exercise. It is simply calling up your intuition, little by little. When this intuition begins to manifest itself at other times of the day, always trust in it. I was getting sleepy, so I decided to do the exercise right away. I emptied the remaining water onto the cement and a small puddle formed. I did not have any image or shape in mind, and I wasn't seeking one. I swirled my fingers through the cold water, and I experienced the same kind of hypnosis that one feels when staring into the flames of a fire. I thought about nothing. I was just playing with a puddle of water. I made some streaks at the edge of the puddle, and it seemed to become a wet sun. But the streaks quickly rejoined the puddle and disappeared. With the palm of my hand, I batted at the center of the puddle. The water splashed away, covering the cement with droplets, black stars on a gray background. I was completely lost in that absurd exercise, an exercise that had not the slightest purpose but was delightful to do. I felt that my mind had stopped working almost completely, a feeling I had previously achieved only after long periods of meditation and relaxation. At the same time, something told me that down deep, in places that my mind could not reach, a force was being born and becoming ready to manifest itself. I stayed there for quite a while playing with the puddle, and it was difficult to give up the exercise. If Petrus had taught me the water exercise at the beginning of the journey, there is no doubt that I would have found it to be a waste of time. But now, having spoken in strange tongues and having exorcised devils, that puddle of water established a contact, however fragile, with the Milky Way above me. It reflected the stars, created designs I could not understand, and gave me the feeling not that I was wasting time, but that I was creating a new code for communicating with the world. It was the soul's secret code, the language that we know but so seldom hear. When I came back to myself, it was late. The lights at the door had been turned off, and I entered the hotel quietly. In my room, once again I invoked a strain. He appeared more clearly, and I spoke to him for a while about my sword and about my goals in life. For now, he made no answer, but Petrus had told me that as the invocations continued, a strain would become a live and powerful presence at my side. Marriage. Logru is one of the largest cities through which pilgrims traveling the Jacobean route pass. The only other city of any size that we had entered had been Pamplona, but we had not spent the night there. On the afternoon that we arrived in Legrano, though, the city was preparing for a great festival, and Petrus suggested that we stay there at least for one night. I was used to the silence and freedom of the countryside, so the idea did not much appeal to me. It had been 5 days since the incident with the dog, and every night since then, I had invoked a strain and performed the water exercise. I was feeling very calm, and I was more and more aware of the importance of the road to Santiago in my life and of the question of what I was going to do after the pilgrimage had ended. The area we walked through was like a desert, the meals were seldom very good, and the long days on the road were exhausting, but I was living my dream. All of these feelings disappeared the day we arrived at Legrano. Instead of the warm, pure air of the fields, we found a city crowded with cars, journalists, and television equipment. Petrus went into the first bar we saw to ask what was happening. You didn't know? Today is the wedding of Colonel MS' daughter, said the bartender. We are going to have a huge public banquet in the square, and I am closing early today. It was impossible to find rooms at a hotel, but eventually we were given lodging at the home of an elderly couple who had noticed the shells on Petrus's knapsack. We showered, I put on the only trousers that I had brought, and we left for the town square. Dozens of workers, perspiring in their black suits, were putting the finishing touches on the tables that had been placed all over the square. National television crews were filming the preparations. We went down a narrow street that led to the Church of the Royal Santiago Parish, where the ceremony was about to begin. Flocking to the church were great numbers of well-dressed people. The women's makeup was running in the heat, and their children, dressed in white, were irritable. Some fireworks were exploding overhead as a long black limousine stopped at the main gate. It was the groom arriving. There was no room for Petrus and me in the church, so we decided to go back to the square. Petrus wanted to scout around, but I sat down on one of the benches, waiting for the ceremony to end and the banquet to begin. Nearby, a popcorn vendor, hoping for a windfall profit, awaited the crowd from the church. Are you one of the invited guests? He asked me. No, I answered. We are pilgrims on our way to Compostela. There's a train that goes there straight from Madrid, and if you leave on a Friday, you get your hotel free. Yes, but we are doing a pilgrimage. The vendor looked at me and said respectfully, pilgrimages are made by saints. I decided not to get into that discussion. He said that his daughter had already been married, but was now separated from her husband. In Franco's time, there was more respect, he said. Nowadays, no one cares about the family. Despite my being in a strange country, where it is never advisable to talk politics, I could not let this pass without a response. I said that Franco had been a dictator and that nothing during his time could have been better than now. The vendor's face turned red. Who do you think you are, talking like that? I know this country's history. I know the war the people fought for their freedom. I have read about the crimes of the Franco forces during the Spanish Civil War. Well, I fought in that war. I was there when my family's blood was spilled. Whatever stories you have read don't interest me. What I'm concerned about is what happens to my family. I fought against Franco, but when he won the war, life was better for me. I'm not a beggar, and I have my little popcorn stand. It wasn't this socialist government we have now that helped me. I'm worse off now than I was before. I remembered what Petrus had said about people being content with very little. I decided not to press my point of view, and I moved to another bench. When Petrus came back, I told him about my exchange with the popcorn vendor. Conversation is useful, he said. When people want to convince themselves that what they are saying is right. I am a member of the Italian Communist Party. But I didn't know about this fascist side of you. What do you mean, fascist side? I asked him angrily. Well, you helped the popcorn man to convince himself that Franco was good. Maybe he never knew why. Now he knows. Well, I'm just as surprised to learn that the ICP believes in the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Well, I have to be careful about what the neighbors will think, he said, laughing. The fireworks started up again, as musicians climbed to the bandstand and tuned their instruments. The festival was about to begin. I looked up at the sky. It was growing dark, and the stars were beginning to appear. Petrus went over to one of the waiters and brought back 2 plastic, he said, handing me one of the cups. Have some of this. It will help you forget about the popcorn man. I wasn't even thinking about him anymore. Well, you should, because what happened with him is an example of mistaken behavior. We are always trying to convert people to a belief in our own explanation of the universe. We think that the more people there are who believe as we do, the more certain it will be that what we believe is the truth. But it doesn't work that way at all. Look around. Here is a huge party about to begin. A commemoration. Many different things are being celebrated simultaneously. The father's hope that his daughter would marry, the daughter's wish for the same thing, the groom's dreams. That's good, because they believe in their dreams and want to demonstrate to everyone that they have achieved their goals. It is not a party that is being held to convince anyone of anything, so it's going to be a lot of fun. From what I can see, they are people who have fought the... But you are trying to convince me, Petrus, by guiding me along the road to Santiago. He gave me a cold look. I am only teaching you the ram practices, but you will find your sword only if you discover that the road and the truth and the life are in your heart. Petrus pointed to the sky, where the stars were now clearly visible. There is no religion that is capable of bringing all of the stars together, because if this were to happen, the universe would become a gigantic empty space and would lose its reason for existence. Every star and every person has their own space and their own special characteristics. There are green stars, yellow stars, blue stars, and white stars, and there are comets, meteors and meteorites, nebulas and rings. What appear from down here to be a huge number of bodies that are similar to each other are really a million different things, spread over a space that is beyond human comprehension. A rocket from the fireworks burst, and its light obscured the sky for a moment. A shower of brilliant green streamers fell to the ground. Earlier, we only heard their noise because of the daylight. Now we can see their light, Petrus said. That's the only change people can aspire to. The bride came out of the church, and people shouted and threw their handfuls of rice. She was a thin girl of about 16, and she held the arm of a boy in a tuxedo. The congregation appeared and began to move toward the square. Look, there's the colonel. Oh, look at the bride's dress. How beautiful, said some boys near us. The guests took their places at the tables, the waiters served the wine, and the band began to play. The popcorn vendor was surrounded by a mob of screaming boys who made their purchases and then scattered the empty bags on the ground. I imagined that for the townspeople of at least that night, the rest of the world, with its threat of nuclear war, unemployment, and murders, did not exist. It was a festival night, the tables had been placed in the square for the people, and everyone felt important. A television crew came toward us, and Petrus averted his face. But the men passed us by, heading for one of the guests who sat near us. I recognized immediately who he was. Antonio, the man who had led the Spanish fans in their cheers at the World Cup in Mexico in 1986. When the interview was over, I went up to him and told him that I was a Brazilian. Feigning anger, he complained about a goal of which Spain had been robbed in the opening round of the Cup. But then he gave me a hug and said that Brazil would soon once again have the best players in the world. How do you manage the game when your back is always and you are inciting the fans? I asked. It was something I had noticed over and over again during the television transmissions of the World Cup games. That's what gives me satisfaction, helping the fans believe in victory. And then, as if he too were a guide on the road to Santiago, he said, fans who lack the faith can make a team lose a game it is already winning. Manolo was then grabbed by others who wanted to interview him, but I stood there thinking about what he had said. Even without ever having walked the road to Santiago, he knew what it was to fight the good fight. I found Petrus hiding behind some trees, obviously uncomfortable with the presence of the television cameras. It was only after their lights had been turned off that he emerged from the trees and relaxed a bit. We asked for 2 more cups of wine. I fixed myself a plate of canapes, and Petrus found a table where we could sit with some of the guests. People cheered. They must really love each other, I said. Of course they do, said a dark-suited man sitting with us. Have you ever heard of anyone marrying for any other reason? I kept my answer to myself, remembering what Petrus had said about the popcorn vendor. But my guide didn't let it pass. Which kind of love are you talking about? Eros? Philos? Or agape? The man looked at him blankly. Petrus got up, filled his cup, and asked me to walk with him. There are 3 Greek words that mean love, he began. Today, you are seeing a manifestation of Eros, the feeling of love that exists between 2 people. The bride and groom were smiling for the photographers and accepting congratulations. It appears that these two really do love each other, he said, looking at the couple. And they believe that their love will grow. But shortly, they will be alone with each other, struggling to earn a living, build a house, and share their adventure. This is what ennobles love and dignifies it. He will do his time in the army. She is probably a good cook and will be an excellent housewife, because she has been trained since she was a child for that role. She will be good company for him, they'll have children, and they will feel that they are building something together. They'll be fighting the good fight. So even if they have problems, they will never be really unhappy. However, this story that I am telling you could go a very different way. He might begin to feel that he's not free enough to express all of the eros, all of the love that he has for other women. She might begin to feel that she gave up a brilliant career in order to be with her husband. So instead of creating something together, each could begin to feel robbed of a means of expressing love. Eros, the spirit that unites them, would begin to reveal only its negative side. And what God had provided to humans as their noblest sentiment would become a source of hatred and destructiveness. I looked around me. Eros was present in many of the relationships there. The water exercise had awakened the language of my heart, and I was seeing people in a different way. Maybe it was the days of solitude on the road, or maybe it was the ram practices, but I could feel the presence of good Eros and evil Eros, just as Petrus had described. It's strange, Petrus said, sensing the same thing. Whether it's good or evil, the face of Eros is never the same for any two people. Just like the stars I was talking about half an hour ago. And no one can escape Eros. Everyone needs its presence, despite the fact that many times, Eros makes us feel apart from the world, trapped in our solitude. The band began to play a waltz. The guests went to a small cement section in front of the bandstand and started to dance. The alcohol was making itself felt, and people were perspiring more and smiling more. I noticed a girl dressed in blue who looked as if she had waited for this wedding just to have the chance to dance the waltz. She wanted to dance with someone who would embrace her in the way she had dreamed of since adolescence. She was watching a well-dressed boy who wore a white suit and stood among his friends. They were all talking and had not noticed that the waltz had begun. Nor did they see that a few yards away, a girl in a blue dress looked longingly at one of them. I thought about small towns and marriage to the boy one has dreamed of since childhood. The girl in blue saw that I was watching her and tried to conceal herself among her girlfriends. As she did, the boy searched for her with his eyes. When he saw that she was there with her friends, he went back to his conversation with his own group. I pointed out the two of them to Petrus. He watched the game of glances for a while and then went back to his cup of wine. They act as if it were shameful to make any show of love, was all he said. A girl near us was staring at Petrus and me. She must have been half our age. Petrus held up his cup of wine and made a toast in her direction. The girl laughed in embarrassment and pointed toward her parents, as if to explain why she did not come closer. That's the beautiful side of love, Petrus said. The love that dares. The love for two older strangers who have come from nowhere and will be gone tomorrow. Gone into a world where she would like to travel too. I could hear in his voice that the wine was having an effect on him. Today we will talk of love, said my guide, a bit loudly. Let us speak of true love, which grows and grows, and makes the world go round, and makes people wise. A well-dressed woman near us seemed not to be paying any attention at all to the party. She went from table to table, straightening the cups, the china, and the silverware. See that woman there? Asked Petrus. The one who's straightening things up? Well, as I said, Eros has many faces, and that's another of them. That's frustrated love, with its own kind of unhappiness. She is going to kiss the bride and groom, but inside she'll be saying that a knot has been tied around them. She's trying to neaten up the world because she herself is in complete disorder. And there, he pointed toward another couple, the wife wearing excessive makeup and an elaborate coiffure. Is Eros accepted? Social love without a vestige of passion. She has accepted her role and has severed any connection with the world or with the good fight. You're being very bitter, Petrus. Isn't there anyone here who can be saved? Of course there is. The girl who was watching us, the adolescents that are dancing, they know only about good Eros. If they don't allow themselves to be influenced by the hypocrisy of the love that dominated the past generation, the world will certainly be a different place. He pointed to an elderly couple sitting at one of the tables. And those two also, they haven't let themselves be infected by hypocrisy like the others. They look like working people. Hunger and need have required them to work together. They learned the practices you are learning without ever having heard of Ram. They find the power of love in the work they do. It's there that Eros shows its most beautiful face, because it's united with that of philosophy. What is Philos? Philos is love in the form of friendship. It's what I feel toward you and others. When the flame of Eros stops burning, it is Philos that keeps a couple together. And agape. Today's not the day to talk about agape. Agape is in both Eros and Philos, but that's just a phrase. Let's enjoy the rest of the party without talking about the love that consumes. And Petrus paid him any attention. A little later, he was so drunk that I had to help him back to the hotel. On the way, I took stock of my situation. Here I was guiding my guide. I realized that at no time during the entire journey had Petrus made any effort to appear wiser, holier, or in any way better than I. All he had done was to transmit to me his experience with the RAM practices. Beyond that, he had made a point of showing that he was just like anyone else, that he experienced Eros, Philos, and agape. This realization made me feel stronger. Petrus was just another pilgrim on the road to Santiago. Enthusiasm. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and though I have the gift of prophecy, and have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. Petrus was once again quoting from St. Paul. My guide felt that the Apostle Paul was the major occult interpreter of Christ's message. We were fishing that afternoon after having walked for the whole morning. No fish had yet perished on the hook, but Petrus didn't care about that at all. According to him, fishing was basically a symbol of the human being's relationship with the world. We know why we are fishing, and we will catch something if we stay with it, but whether we do or not depends on God's help. It's a good idea always to do something relaxing prior to making an important decision in your life, he said. The Zen monks listened to the rocks growing. I prefer fishing, but at that time of day, because of the heat, even the fat, lazy fish on the bottom ignored the hook. Whether the bait was up or down, the result was the same. I decided to give it up and take a walk through the nearby woods. I went as far as an old, abandoned cemetery close to the river. It had a gate that was totally disproportionate to the size of the burial ground, and then came back to where Petrus was fishing. I asked about the cemetery. The gate was part of an ancient hospital for pilgrims, he said, but the hospital was abandoned, and later, someone had the idea of using the facade and building the cemetery, which has also been abandoned. That's right. The things of this life don't last very long. I said that he had been nasty the night before in his judgments of the people at the party, and he was surprised at me. He said that what we had talked about was no more or less than we had ourselves experienced in our personal lives. All of us seek Eros, and then when Eros wants to turn itself into Philos, we think that love is worthless. We don't see that it is Philos that leads us to the highest form of love, agape. Tell me more about agape, I said. Petrus answered that agape cannot really be discussed. It has to be lived. That afternoon, if possible, he wanted to show me one of the faces of agape. But in order for this to happen, the universe, as in the business of fishing, would have to collaborate so that everything went well. The messenger helps you, but there is one thing that is beyond the messenger's control, beyond his desires, and beyond you as well. What is that? The divine spark, what we call luck. When the sun had begun to set, we resumed our walking. The Jacobean route passed through some vineyards and fields that were completely deserted at that time of day. We crossed the main road, also deserted, and started again through the woods. In the distance, I could see the St. Lorenzo Peak, the highest point in the Kingdom of Castile. I had changed a great deal since I had met Petrus for the first time near St. Jean-Pied-de-Port. Brazil and the business deals that I had been worried about had practically vanished from my mind. The only important thing for me now was my objective. I discussed it every night with a strain, who was becoming clearer and clearer for me. I was able to see him seated at my side anytime I tried. I learned that he had a nervous tick in his right eye and that he had the habit of smiling disdainfully every time I repeated something as evidence that I had understood what he was saying. A few weeks earlier, during the first days of the pilgrimage, I had been afraid that I would never complete it. When we had passed through Roncesvalles, I had been very disillusioned about everything to do with the journey. I had wanted to get to Santiago immediately, recover my sword, and get back to fighting what Petrus called the good fight. Won, but right now, with my connection to civilization severed, what was most important was the sun on my head and the possibility that I might experience agape. We went down the bank of an arroyo, crossed the dry bed, and had to struggle to climb up the other side. An impressive river must have flowed there once, washing away the bottom in its search for the depths and secrets of the earth. Now the riverbed was so dry that it could be crossed on foot. But the river's major accomplishment, the valley it had created, was still there, and it took a major effort to climb out of it. Nothing in this life endures, Petrus had said a few hours before. Petrus, have you ever been in love? The question was a spontaneous one, and I was surprised at my courage. Up until then, I had known only the bare outline of my guide's private life. I have known a lot of women, if that is what you mean, and I have really loved each of them. But I experienced agape only with two. I told him that I had been in love many times but had been worried about whether I could ever become serious with anyone. If I had continued that way, it would have led to a solitary old age, and I had been very fearful of this. I don't think you look to love as a means to a comfortable retirement. It was almost 9 o'clock before it began to get dark. The vineyards were behind us, and we were walking through an arid landscape. I looked around and could see in the distance a small hermitage in the rocks, similar to many others we had passed on our pilgrimage. We walked on for a while, and then, detouring from the yellow markers, we approached the small building. When we were close enough, Petrus called out a name that I didn't understand, and he stopped to listen for an answer. We heard nothing. Petrus called again, but no one answered. "Let's go anyway," he said, and we moved forward. The hermitage consisted of just 4 whitewashed walls. The door was open, or rather, there really was no door, just a small entry panel half a meter high, which hung precariously by one hinge. Within, there was a stone fireplace and some basins stacked on the floor. 2 of them were filled with wheat and potatoes. We sat down in the silence. Petrus lit a cigarette and said we should wait. My legs were hurting, but something in that hermitage, rather than calming me, made me feel excited. It would also have frightened me a little if Petrus had not been there. "Where does whoever lives here sleep?" I asked, just to break the uneasy silence. "There, where you are sitting," Petrus said, pointing to the bare earth. I said something about moving to another spot, but he told me to stay exactly where I was. The temperature must have been dropping, because I began to feel cold. We waited for almost an hour. Petrus called out the strange name several more times and then gave up. Just when I expected us to get up and leave, he began to speak. "Present here is one of the 2 manifestations of agape," he said, as he stubbed out his 3rd cigarette. "It is not the only one, but it is the purest. Agape is total love. It is the love that consumes the person who experiences it. Whoever knows and experiences agape learns that nothing else in the world is important. Just love. This was the kind of love that Jesus felt for humanity, and it was so great that it shook the stars and changed the course of history. His solitary life enabled him to accomplish things that kings, armies, and empires could not. During the millennia of Christian civilization, many individuals have been seized by this love that consumes. They had so much to give, and their world demanded so little, that they went out into the deserts and to isolated places, because the love they felt was so great that it transformed them. They became the hermit saints that we know today. For you and for me, who experience a different form of agape, this life may seem terrible. But the love that consumes makes everything else, absolutely everything, lose its importance. Those men lived just to be consumed by their love. Petrus told me that a monk named Alfonso lived there. Petrus had met him on his first pilgrimage to Compostela, as he was picking fruit to eat. His guide, a much more enlightened man than he, was a friend of Alfonso's, and the 3 of them had together performed the ritual of agape, the blue sphere exercise. Petrus said that it had been one of the most important experiences of his life, and that even today when he performed the exercise, he remembered the hermitage and Alfonso. There was more emotion in his voice than I had ever heard from him. "Agape is the love that consumes," he repeated, as if that were the phrase that best defined this strange kind of love. Martin Luther King once said that when Christ spoke of loving one's enemies, he was referring to agape, because according to him, it was impossible to like our enemies, those who were cruel to us, those who tried to make our day-to-day suffering even worse. But agape is much more than liking. It is a feeling that suffuses, that fills every space in us, and turns our aggression to dust. You have learned how to be reborn, how to stop being cruel to yourself, and how to communicate with your messenger. But everything you do from now on and every good result that you take with you from the road to Santiago will make sense only when you have also experienced the love that consumes. I reminded Petrus that he had said that there were two forms of agape, and that he probably had not experienced this first form, since he had not become a hermit. You're right. You and I and most pilgrims who walk the road to Santiago, learning the RAM practices, experience agape in its other form, enthusiasm. For the ancients, enthusiasm meant trance or ecstasy, a connection with God. Enthusiasm is agape directed at a particular idea or a specific thing. We have all experienced it. When we love and believe from the bottom of our heart, we feel ourselves to be stronger than anyone in the world, and we feel a serenity that is based on the certainty that nothing can shake our faith. This unusual strength allows us always to make the right decision at the right time, and when we achieve our goal, we are amazed at our own capabilities. Because when we are involved in the good fight, nothing else is important. Enthusiasm carries us toward our goal. Enthusiasm normally manifests itself with all of its force during the first years of our lives. At that time, we still have strong links with the divinity, and we throw ourselves into our play with our toys with such a will that dolls take on life and our tin soldiers actually march. When Jesus said that the kingdom of heaven belonged to the children, he was referring to agape in the form of enthusiasm. Children were attracted to him, not because they understood his miracles, his wisdom, or his Pharisees and apostles. They went to him in joy, moved by enthusiasm. I told Petrus that on that very afternoon, I had realized that I was completely absorbed by the road to Santiago. Those days and nights in Spain had almost made me forget about my sword, and they were a unique experience. Most other things had lost their importance. This afternoon, we were trying to fish, but the fish would not bite, said Petrus. Normally, we allow enthusiasm to elude us when we are involved in such mundane activities, those that have no importance at all in the overall scale of our existence. We lose our enthusiasm because of the small and unavoidable defeats we suffer during the good fight. And since we don't realize that enthusiasm is a major strength, able to help us win the ultimate victory, we let it dribble through our fingers. We do this without recognizing that we are letting the true meaning of our lives escape us. We blame the world for our boredom and for our losses, and we forget that it was we ourselves who allowed this enchanting power, which justifies everything, to diminish, the manifestation of agape in the form of enthusiasm. I remembered the cemetery near the river. That strange, unusually large portal was a perfect representation of what had been lost. And beyond it, only the dead. As if he had guessed what I was thinking, Petrus began to talk about something that was similar. A few days ago, you must have been surprised when I got so angry with that poor waiter who had spilled coffee on my shorts. Shorts that were already filthy with the dust and dirt of the road. Actually, I was nervous because I saw in the boy's eyes that his enthusiasm was draining away like the blood that runs from wrists that have been slashed. I saw that boy, so strong and full of life, beginning to die because inside him, moment by moment, agape was perishing. I have been around for a long time and I have learned to live with these things, but that lad, with the way he behaved and with all the good things I felt that he could bring to humanity, left me shocked and sad. But I know that my anger wounded him a bit and stemmed the death of agape. In the same vein, when you exorcised that woman's dog, you felt agape in its purest form. It was a noble deed, and it made me proud to be here serving as your guide. So for the first time in our experience on the road, I am going to participate in an exercise with you. And Petrus taught me the ritual of agape, the blue sphere exercise. I am going to help you to arouse your enthusiasm, to create a power that is going to expand like a blue sphere that encloses the entire planet, he said, to show that I respect you and what you are doing. Up until then, Petrus had never expressed an opinion, either favorable or unfavorable, regarding the way in which I performed the exercises. He had helped me to interpret my first contact with the messenger, and he had rescued me from the trance of the seed exercise, but he had never expressed any interest in the results I had achieved. More than once I had asked him why he did not want to know about my feelings, and he had answered that his only obligation as my guide was to show me the road and to teach me the RAM practices. It was up to me whether I enjoyed the results or found them to be unpleasant. When he said that he was going to participate with me in the exercise, I suddenly felt unworthy of his praise. I knew my faults, and many times I had doubted whether he could succeed in guiding me along the road. I wanted to say all this to him, but he interrupted me before I could begin. Don't be cruel with yourself, or you will not have learned the lesson I taught you before. Be kind. Accept the praise that you deserve. Tears came to my eyes. Petrus led me outside. The night was darker than usual. I sat down next to him and we began to sing. The melody came from within me, and he accompanied me with no effort. I began to clap my hands softly as I rocked forward and back. My clapping increased in its intensity, and the music flowed from me. A psalm of praise to the darkness of the sky, the deserted plateau, and the lifeless stones around us. I began to see the saints that I had believed in as a child, and I could sense that life had gotten away from me because of my having killed a great deal of my agape. But now the love that consumes returned, and the saints smiled from the heavens with the same look and intensity that I had seen in them when I was small. I spread my arms so that agape could flow, and a mysterious current of bright blue light began to wash through me, cleansing my soul and pardoning my sins. The light spread first to our surroundings and then enveloped the world, and I started to weep. I wept because I was re-experiencing the enthusiasm of my childhood. I was once again a child, and nothing in the world could cause me harm. I felt a presence draw near and sit down to my right. I imagined that it was my messenger and that he was the only one who could perceive the strong blue light that was entering me and leaving me, spreading throughout the world. The blue sphere exercise. Seat yourself comfortably and relax. Try not to think about anything. 1. Feel how good it is to be alive. Let your heart feel free and affectionate. Let it rise above and beyond the details of the problems that may be bothering you. Begin to sing softly a song from your childhood. Imagine that your heart is growing, filling the room, and later your home, with an intense, shining blue light. 2. When you reach this point, begin to sense the presence of the saints or other beings in which you placed your faith when you were a child. Notice that they are present, arriving from everywhere, smiling and giving you faith and confidence. 3. Picture the saints approaching you, placing their hands on your head and wishing you love, peace, and communion with the world, the communion of the saints. 4. When this sensation becomes strong, feel that the blue light is a current that enters you and leaves you like a shining, flowing river. This blue light begins to spread through your house, then through your neighborhood, your city, and your country. It eventually envelopes the world in an immense blue sphere. This is the manifestation of the great love that goes beyond the day-to-day struggle. It reinforces and invigorates, as it provides energy and peace. 5. Keep the light spread around the world for as long as possible. Your heart is open, spreading love. This phase of the exercise should last for a minimum of 5 minutes. 6. Come out of your trance bit by bit and return to reality. The saints will remain near. The blue light will continue to spread around the world. This ritual can and should be done with more than one person. When this is the case, the participants should hold hands while they do the exercise. The light was increasing in its intensity, and I felt that as it enclosed the world, it penetrated into every door and every back alley, touching every person alive for at least a fraction of a second. I felt my hands being held open and extended to the heavens. At that moment, the flow of the blue light increased and became so strong that I thought I was going to pass out. But I was able to keep the light alive for a few moments more, until I reached the end of the song I was singing. I was exhausted but relaxed. I felt free and content with life and with what I had just done. The hands that held mine released me. I saw that one of them was Petrus's, and I knew in my heart who it was that held the other. I opened my eyes, and there at my side was the monk, Alfonso. He smiled and said, "Buenas noches." I smiled, too, and I seized his hand and held it tightly to my breast. He allowed me to do this for a moment and then gently removed his hand. None of us spoke. Some time later, Alfonso arose and continued his trek along the rocky plateau. I watched him until he was completely hidden by the darkness. Petrus broke the silence then, but he made no mention of Alfonso. Do this exercise whenever you can, and soon agape will live once again within you. Repeat it before you embark on any project, during the first days of any trip, or when you have been greatly affected by something. If possible, do it with someone you like. It is an exercise that should be shared. So there was the old Petrus, coach, instructor, and guide, the man about whom I knew so little. The emotion that he had shown in the hermitage had already passed away. But when he had touched my hand during the exercise, I had felt the greatness of his soul. We returned to the hermitage where we had left our things. The occupant won't be back today, so I think we can sleep here, said Petrus, lying down. I unrolled my sleeping bag, took a swallow of wine, and lay down. I was exhausted by the love that consumes. But it was a tiredness that was free of tension, and before I closed my eyes, I thought of the thin, bearded monk who had sat beside me and wished me good night. Somewhere out there he was being consumed by the divine flame. Maybe that was why the night was so unusually dark. He had taken all the light of the world into himself. Death. Are you pilgrims? Asked the old woman who served us our breakfast. We were in Azofra, a village of small houses, each with a medieval shield embossed on its facade. We had filled our canteens at the village fountain a few moments earlier. I said that we were, and the woman's eyes glowed with respect and pride. When I was a girl, at least one pilgrim passed through here every day, bound for Compostela. After the war and after Franco, I don't know what happened, but the pilgrimages stopped. Someone must have built a highway. Nowadays, people only want to travel by car. Petrus said nothing. He had awakened in a bad mood. I nodded in agreement with the old woman and pictured a new, paved expressway, climbing the mountains and running across the valleys, automobiles with scallop shells painted on their hoods, and souvenir shops at the gates of the monasteries. I finished my coffee and bread dipped in olive oil. Looking at Emeric Picard's guide, I estimated that we should arrive that afternoon in Santo Domingo de la Calzada, and I was planning to sleep at the Parador Nacional. 1. I was spending much less money than I had planned, even eating 3 meals a day. It was time for an extravagance, time to give my body the same treatment I had been giving my stomach. I had awakened with a strange feeling of being in a hurry and of wanting to be in Santo Domingo already. I had experienced the same feeling 2 days earlier when we had walked to the hermitage. Petrus was more melancholy and quiet than usual. Was this the result of our meeting with Alfonso 2 days ago? I felt a strong need to invoke a strain so that we could discuss the matter. But I had never summoned him in the morning, and I was not sure that I could. I decided against it. We finished our coffee and began to walk. We passed a medieval house with its coat of arms, the ruins of an ancient hostel for pilgrims, and a park on the outskirts of the village. As I once again readied myself to move out across the countryside, I felt a strong presence to my left side. I walked on, but Petrus stopped me. There is no use running away, he said. Stop and deal with it. I wanted to get away from Petrus and keep going. I had a disagreeable feeling, a kind of colic near my stomach. For a few moments, I tried to believe that it was caused by the bread with olive oil, but I knew that I had felt it earlier in the day and I could not fool myself. It was tension, and fear. Look behind you. Petrus's voice had an urgency to it. Look before it's too late. I spun around quickly. To my left was an abandoned house, its vegetation burned by the sun. An olive tree raised its twisted branches to the sky, and between the tree and the house, looking fixedly at me, was a dog. A black dog, the same dog that I had banished from the woman's house a few days earlier. I forgot all about Petrus and looked squarely into the dog's eyes. Something inside me, perhaps it was the voice of a strain or of my guardian angel, told me that if I averted my eyes, the dog would attack me. We remained that way, staring at each other, for some time. Here I was, I thought, after having experienced the wonder of the love that consumes, once again about to be confronted by the daily and constant threats to my existence that the world would always present. I wondered why the animal had followed me for such a great distance and what it was that he wanted. After all, I was just a pilgrim in quest of my sword, and I had neither the desire nor the patience for problems with people or animals. I tried to say this to him with my eyes, remembering the monks at the convent who communicated through their eyes, but the dog did not move. He continued to stare at me without emotion, but he appeared ready to attack should I become distracted or show fear. Fear. I could sense that my fear had vanished. I thought the situation too stupid for fear. My stomach was knotted up, and I felt like vomiting, but I wasn't frightened. If I had been, something told me that my eyes would have given me away, and the animal would try to overcome me, as he had before. I did not want to avert my eyes, even when I sensed that a figure was approaching along a narrow road to my right. The figure stopped for an instant and then came directly toward us. It crossed my line of sight as I stared at the dog, and this person said something I could not understand in a feminine voice. Its presence was good, friendly, and positive. In the fraction of a second during which the image had crossed my line of sight, my stomach relaxed. I felt that I had a powerful friend who was there to help me through this absurd, unnecessary conflict. When the figure had passed by, the dog lowered his eyes. Then he jumped, ran behind the abandoned house, and disappeared from view. It was only then that my heart began to react. The tachycardia was so strong that I felt dizzy and faint. As the scene around me spun, I looked along the road that Petrus and I had walked only a few minutes earlier, seeking the figure that had given me the strength to defeat the dog. It was a nun. Her back was to me, and she was walking toward Azofra. I could not see her face, but I remembered her voice, and I guessed that she was in her early 20s. I looked in the direction from which she had come. She had appeared from a narrow path that seemed to lead nowhere. It was she. It was she who helped me, I murmured as my dizziness grew worse. Don't start creating fantasies in a world that is already extraordinary, said Petrus, supporting me by the arm. She comes from a convent in Canis, 3 or 4 miles from here. You can't see it from here. My heart was still pounding, and I was sure I was going to be sick. I was too upset to speak or ask for an explanation. I sat down on the ground, and Petrus threw some water on my forehead and on the nape of my neck. I remembered that he had done the same thing after we had left the woman's house. But that day I had cried for joy. Now the sensation was just the opposite. Petrus let me rest a bit. The water brought me around, and the nausea began to subside. Things slowly returned to normal. When I felt restored, Petrus said we should walk a little, and I obeyed. We walked for about 15 minutes, but the exhaustion returned. We sat down at the foot of a rallo, a medieval column supporting a cross. Such columns marked a number of stretches along the Jacobean route. Your fear has hurt you much more than the dog did, said Petrus as I rested. I wanted to understand that absurd encounter. In the life on the road to Santiago, certain things happen that are beyond our control. When we first met, I told you that I had read in the gypsy's eyes the name of the demon you would have to confront. I was surprised to learn that the demon was a dog, but I did not say anything to you about it at the time. Only after we arrived at that woman's house, when for the first time you showed the love that consumes, did I see your enemy. When you chased away that woman's dog, you did not place him anywhere. You didn't hurl the spirits into a drove of pigs that was thrown over a precipice, as Jesus did. You simply chased the dog away. Now his force wanders along behind you, without a destination. Before finding your sword, you are going to have to decide whether you want to be enslaved by that force or whether you will dominate it. My fatigue began to pass. I took a deep breath and felt the cold stone of the roll against my back. Petrus gave me some more water and went on. Cases of obsession occur when people lose their mastery over the forces of the earth. The gypsy's curse had frightened that woman, and her fear had opened a breach that the messenger of death was then able to penetrate. This doesn't always happen, but neither is it rare. Your confidence and your sense of mastery depend a great deal on how you react to threats made by others. This time it was I who remembered a passage from the Bible. A verse in the book of Job says, "For the thing that I greatly feared is come upon me." A threat leads to nothing if it is not accepted. In fighting the good fight, you should never forget that. Just as you should never forget that both attacking and fleeing are part of the fight. What isn't a part of the fight is becoming paralyzed by fear. I had not felt fear when the dog was there. This had surprised me, and I told Petrus about it. I could see that you felt no fear. If you had, the dog would have attacked you. And without a doubt, he would have won the fight. Because the dog was not afraid either. The strangest thing, though, was the arrival of that nun. When you sensed the presence of something positive, your imagination concluded that someone had arrived to help you. And this, your faith, saved you. Even though it was based on an assumption that was absolutely false. Petrus was right. He laughed at me and I laughed too. We got up to resume our walking. I was already feeling better. "There is one thing you have to know, though," said Petrus as we moved on. "The duel with the dog will end only with a victory for you or for him. He will be back, and the next time you must try to take the fight through to the end. If you don't, his presence will worry you for the rest of your life." In the encounter with the gypsy, Petrus had told me he had learned the name of the demon. I asked him what it was. "Legion," he answered, "because he is many." We passed through fields that the farmers were preparing for sowing. Here and there, some peasants operated crude water pumps in the centuries-old fight against the arid soil. Along the edge of the road to Santiago, stones had been piled into endless walls, crisscrossing the fields. I thought about how, in spite of all the centuries during which that soil had been worked, stones still surfaced. Stones that could break the blade of a plow, render a horse lame, and leave calluses on the peasants' hands. It was a battle every year, a battle that would never end. Petrus was quieter than usual, and I realized that he had said almost nothing since morning. After our conversation at the medieval Rollo, he had been mute, not answering any of the questions I had asked. I wanted to know more about the many demons, because he had already explained to me that each person has only one messenger. But Petrus was not interested in talking about it, and I decided to wait for a better time. We climbed a small rise, and from the top we could see the main tower of the church at Santo Domingo de la Calzada. I was glad to see it. I began to think about the magical comfort of the Parador Nacional. From what I had read about it, the building had been constructed by Santo Domingo himself as a shelter for pilgrims. Saint Francis of Assisi had stayed there on his way to Compostela. Everything about it excited me. At about 7 o'clock that evening, Petrus said we should stop. I was reminded of Roncesvalles and of the slow pace we had taken when I had needed some wine to warm me, and I was afraid that he was preparing something like that. A messenger would never help you to defeat someone else. Messengers are neither good nor bad, as I have already told you, but they have a sense of loyalty among themselves. Don't rely on your messenger to help you defeat the dog. Now it was my turn not to want to talk about messengers. I wanted to get to Santo Domingo. The messengers of people who have died can occupy the body of someone who is dominated by fear. That is why, in the case of the dog, he is many. Messengers were invited in by the woman's fear. Not just the murdered gypsy's messenger, but all of the many messengers who wander in space, seeking a way to establish contact with the forces of the earth. He was finally answering my question, but there was something in the way he spoke that seemed artificial, as if this were not what he really wanted to say. My instincts told me to be wary. "What do you want, Petrus?" I asked him, a bit irritated. My guide did not answer. He walked into the field toward an ancient, almost leafless tree that stood about 30 yards from us. It was the only tree visible on the entire horizon. Since he had not given me the signal to follow, I stood where I was. And I saw a strange thing happen. Petrus walked around the tree several times and said something out loud, while he looked at the ground. When he had finished, he gestured for me to come over. "Sit here," he said. There was a different tone to his voice, and I couldn't tell whether it was friendliness or irritation. "Stay here. I will see you tomorrow in Santo Domingo de la Calzada." Before I could say a word, Petrus continued, "One of these days, and I guarantee you that it will not be today, you are going to have to confront the most important enemy you will meet on the road to Santiago, the dog. When that day comes, you can be sure that I will be close at hand and will give you the strength you need to fight him. But today you are going to confront a different type of enemy, an unreal enemy that may destroy you or may turn out to be your best friend. Death. Human beings are the only ones in nature who are aware that they will die. For that reason, and only for that reason, I have a profound respect for the human race, and I believe that its future is going to be much better than its present. Even knowing that their days are numbered and that everything will end when they least expect it, people make of their lives a battle that is worthy of a being with eternal life. What people regard as vanity, leaving great works, having children, acting in such a way as to prevent one's name from being forgotten, I regard as the highest expression of human dignity. Still, being fragile creatures, humans always try to hide from themselves the certainty that they will die. They do not see that it is death itself that motivates them to do the best things in their lives. They are afraid to step into the dark, afraid of the unknown, and their only way of conquering that fear is to ignore the fact that their days are numbered. They do not see that with an awareness of death, they would be able to be even more daring, to go much further in their daily conquests, because then they would have nothing to lose, for death is inevitable. The possibility of spending the night in Santo Domingo was looking more and more remote. But now I was interested in what Petrus was saying. The sun itself was dying beyond the horizon there in front of us. Death is our constant companion, and it is death that gives each person's life its true meaning. But in order to see the real face of our death, we first have to know all of the anxieties and terrors that the simple mention of its name is able to evoke in any human being. Petrus sat down beside me under the tree. He said that he had circled its trunk a few minutes before because it reminded him of everything that had happened to him when he had been a pilgrim, bound for Santiago. Then he took from his knapsack 2 sandwiches that he had bought at lunchtime. "Here, where you are now, there is no danger," he said, giving me the sandwiches. "There are no poisonous snakes, and the dog will return to attack you only after he has forgotten this morning's defeat. And there are no bandits or criminals around here. You are in a spot that is absolutely safe, with one exception: the danger created by your own fear." Petrus pointed out to me that 2 days earlier, I had experienced a sensation that had been as intense and as violent as death itself, that of the love that consumes. And that at one point I had vacillated and been afraid. He said that I had been afraid because I knew nothing about universal love. He explained to me that although all of us have some idea of death, we do not see that death is only another manifestation of agape. I answered that with all of my years of training in magic, I had practically lost my fear of death. Actually, I was more frightened by the way in which I would die than by death itself. Well, then, tonight take a look at the most frightening way to die. And at that point, Petrus taught me the buried alive exercise. "You should do this exercise only once," he said. I was thinking of an exercise from the theater that was quite similar. "It is important that you be as truthful with yourself as possible, and that you be as fearful as necessary for the exercise to get at the roots of your soul. It has to strip away the scary mask that hides the gentle face of your death." Petrus stood up, and I saw his silhouette against the background of the setting sun. From where I was seated, he seemed to be a gigantic and powerful figure. "Petrus, I have one more question. What is it? This morning you were close-mouthed and strange. You sensed before I did that the dog was going to appear. How was that possible?" The buried alive exercise. Lie down on the floor and relax. Cross your arms over your chest. Imagine all of the details of your burial, as if it were to be carried out tomorrow, the only difference being that you are being buried alive. As the situation develops in your mind, the chapel, the procession to the cemetery, the lowering of the casket, the worms in the grave, you begin tensing all of your muscles more and more in a desperate attempt to escape. But you cannot do so. Keep trying until you cannot stand it any longer, and then, using a movement that involves your entire body, throw aside the confines of the coffin, breathe deeply, and find yourself free. This movement will have a greater effect if you scream at the same time. It should be a scream that emanates from the depths of your body. When we both experienced the love that consumes, we shared in the absolute. The absolute shows each of us who we really are. It is an enormous web of cause and effect, where every small gesture made by one person affects the life of someone else. This morning, that slice of the absolute was still very much alive in my soul. I was seeing not only you but everything there is in the world, unlimited by space or time. Now, the effect is much weaker and will only return in its full strength the next time that I do the exercise of the love that consumes. I remembered Petrus's bad mood of that morning. If what he said was true, the world was going through a very bad phase. "I will be waiting for you there at the Parador," he said as he prepared to leave. "I will leave your name at the desk." I watched him walk away until I could no longer see him. In the fields to my left, the peasants had finished their day's labors and gone home. I decided that I would do the exercise as soon as darkness had fallen. I was content. It was the first time I had been completely alone since I had started along the strange road to Santiago. I stood up and explored my immediate surroundings, but night was falling fast, and I decided to go back to the tree before I got lost. Before it became completely dark, I made a mental estimate of the distance between the tree and the road. Even in darkness, I would be able to see the way perfectly well and make my way to Santo Domingo with just the help of the frail new moon that had risen in the sky. Up until that point, I had not been at all frightened. I felt that it would take a lot of imagination to make me fearful of any kind of horrible death. But no matter how long we have lived, when night falls it arouses the hidden fears that have been there in our souls since we were children. The darker it grew, the less comfortable I became. There I was, alone in the fields. If I were to scream, no one would even hear me. I remembered that I had almost passed out completely that morning. Never in my life had I felt my heart to be so out of control. And what if I had died? My life would have ended, obviously. Through my experiences with the tradition, I had already communicated with many spirits. I was absolutely certain that there was a life after death, but it had never occurred to me to wonder just how the transition was made. To pass from one dimension to another, no matter how well prepared one is, must be terrible. If I had died that morning, for example, I would have known nothing else about the rest of the road to Santiago, about my years of study, about my family's grief for me, or about the money hidden in my belt. I thought about a plant on my desk in Brazil. The plant would go on, as would other plants, as would the streetcars, as would the man on the corner who charges more for his vegetables than anyone else, as would the woman at directory assistance who provides me with telephone numbers that are not listed in the book. All these things, which would have disappeared if I had died that morning, took on an enormous importance for me. I realized that those were the things, rather than the stars or wisdom, that told me I was alive. The night was quite dark, and on the horizon I could see the faint lights of the city. I lay down on the ground and looked at the branches of the tree overhead. I began to hear strange sounds, sounds of all kinds. They were the sounds of the nocturnal animals, setting out on the hunt. Petrus could not know everything. He was just another human being like me. How was I to know if his guarantee about the absence of poisonous snakes was true? And the wolves, those eternal European wolves, wasn't it possible that they had decided to show up there that night, sniffing out my presence? A louder noise, similar to the breaking of a branch, frightened me, and my heart once again started pounding. I could hear the sound of the handles grinding against their fittings, the steps of those in the procession, and conversations from this side and that. Someone said that he had a date for dinner later on, and another observed that I had died early. The smell of flowers all around me began to suffocate me. I remembered how I had given up trying to establish a relationship with 2 or 3 women, fearing their rejection. I remembered also the number of times I had failed to do what I wanted to do, thinking I could always do it later. I felt very sorry for myself, not only because I was about to be buried alive, but also because I had been afraid to live. Why be fearful of saying no to someone or of leaving something undone when the most important thing of all was to enjoy life fully? There I was, trapped in a coffin, and it was already too late to go back and show the courage I should have had. There I was, having played the role of my own Judas, having betrayed myself. There I was, powerless to move a muscle, screaming for help, while the others were involved in their lives, worrying about what they were going to do that night, admiring statues and buildings that I would never see again. I began to feel how unfair it was to have to be buried while others continued to live. I would have felt better if there had been a catastrophe and all of us had been in the same boat, heading for the same abyss toward which they were carrying me now. Help! I tried to cry out. I'm still alive. I haven't died. My mind is still functioning. They placed my coffin at the edge of the grave. They are going to bury me. My wife is going to forget all about me. She will marry someone else and spend the money we have struggled to save for all these years. But who cares about that? I want to be with her now, because I'm alive. I hear sobs, and I feel tears falling from my eyes, too. If my friends were to open my coffin now, they would see my tears and save me. But instead all I feel is the lowering of the coffin into the ground. Suddenly, everything is dark. A moment ago, there was a ray of light at the edge of the coffin, but now the darkness is complete. The grave digger's shovels are filling in the grave, and I'm alive, buried alive. I sense that the air is being cut off, and the fragrance of the flowers is awful. I hear the mourners' departing footsteps. My terror is total. I'm not able to do anything. If they go away now, it will soon be night, and no one will hear me knocking on the lid of my coffin. The footsteps fade, nobody hears my screams, and I am alone in the darkness. The air is heavy, and the smell of the flowers is driving me crazy. Suddenly, I hear a sound. It's the worms coming to eat me alive. I try with all my strength to move the parts of my body, but I am inert. The worms begin to climb over my body. They are sticky and cold. They creep over my face and crawl into my shorts. One of them enters through my anus, and another begins to sneak into a nostril. Help! I'm being eaten alive, and nobody can hear me. Nobody says a word to me. The worm that entered my nostril has reached my throat. I feel another invading my ear. I have to get out. Where is God? Why doesn't he help me? They are beginning to eat at my throat, and soon I won't be able to scream. They are coming into me everywhere. Through my ear, the corner of my mouth, the opening in my penis. I feel those disgusting, oily things inside me, and I have to scream. I have to get away. I am shut up in this cold, dark grave, alone and being eaten alive. The air is giving out, and the worms are eating me. I have to move. I have to break out of this coffin. God, help me gather all of my strength, because I have to escape. I have to get out of here. I'm going to get out. I'm going to get out. I did it. The boards of the coffin flew in all directions. The grave disappeared, and I filled my lungs with the fresh air of the road to Santiago. My body was trembling from head to foot and bathed in perspiration. I moved a bit and felt that my insides had been twisted around. But none of this was important. I was alive. The shaking continued, and I made no effort whatsoever to control it. A great sense of calm came over me, and I felt a kind of presence alongside me. I looked over and saw the face of my death. This was not the death that I had experienced a few minutes before, the death I had created with my fears and my imagination. It was my true death, my friend and counselor, who was never again going to allow me to act like such a coward. Starting then, he was going to be of more help to me than Petrus's guiding hand and advice. He was not going to allow me to put off until tomorrow what I should be enjoying today. He was not going to let me flee from life's battles, and he was going to help me fight the good fight. Never again, ever, was I going to feel ridiculous about doing anything. Because he was there, saying that when he took me in hand to travel with me to other worlds, I should leave behind the greatest sin of all, regret. With the certainty of his presence and the gentleness of his face, I was sure that I was going to be able to drink from the fountain of life. The night held no further secrets or terrors. It was a joyful night, filled with peace. When the trembling ceased, I got up and walked to the pumps in the fields. I washed my shorts and put on a fresh pair from my knapsack. Then I returned to the tree and ate the 2 sandwiches that Petrus had left for me. They seemed like the most delicious food in the world. Because I was alive and because death frightened me no longer, I decided to sleep right there. The darkness had never been so reassuring. Personal vices. We were in the middle of a level field of wheat that stretched all the way to the horizon. The only object that stood out in the scene was another medieval column supporting a cross, one of the road markers for pilgrims. As we approached the column, Petrus stopped, placed his knapsack on the ground, and knelt down. He told me to do the same. We are going to say a prayer concerning the only thing that can defeat you as a pilgrim after you find your sword, your personal vices. No matter how much you learn from your master about how to handle the sword, one of your hands will always be your potential enemy. Let us pray that, if you are successful in finding your sword, you will always wield it with the hand that does not bring scandal down upon you. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there wasn't a sound to be heard as Petrus began to pray aloud. Pity us, O Lord, for we are pilgrims on the road to Compostela, and our being here may be a vice. In your infinite pity, help us never to turn our knowledge against ourselves. Have pity on those who pity themselves and who see themselves as good people treated unfairly by life, who feel that they do not deserve what has befallen them. Such people will never be able to fight the good fight. And pity those who are cruel to themselves and who see only the evil in their own actions, feeling that they are to blame for the injustice in the world. Because neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, but the very hairs of your head are numbered. Have pity on those who command and those who serve during long hours of work, and who sacrifice themselves in exchange merely for a Sunday off, only to find that there is nowhere to go and everything is closed. But also have pity on those who sanctify their efforts, and who are able to go beyond the bounds of their own madness, winding up indebted, or nailed to the cross by their very brothers. Because neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, be ye therefore as wise as the serpents and as harmless as the doves. Have pity on those who may conquer the world but never join the good fight within themselves. But pity also those who have won the good fight within themselves, and now find themselves in the streets and the bars of life because they were unable to conquer the world. Because neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, he who heeds my words I will liken to a wise man who built his house on rock. Have pity on those who are fearful of taking up a pen or a paintbrush or an instrument or a tool because they are afraid that someone has already done so better than they could, and who feel themselves to be unworthy to enter the marvelous mansion of art. But have even more pity on those who, having taken up the pen, or the paintbrush, or the instrument, or the tool, have turned inspiration into a paltry thing, and yet feel themselves to be better than others. Neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, for there is nothing covered that will not be revealed, nor hidden that will not be known. Pity those who eat and drink and sate themselves, but are unhappy and alone in their satiety. But pity even more those who fast, and who censure and prohibit, and who thereby see themselves as saints, preaching your name in the streets. For neither of these types of people know thy law that says, if I bear witness of myself, my witness is not true. Pity those who fear death, and are unaware of the many kingdoms through which they have already passed, and the many deaths they have already suffered, and who are unhappy because they think that one day their world will end. But have even more pity for those who already know their many deaths, and today think of themselves as immortal. Neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, except that one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Have pity on those who bind themselves with the silken ties of love, and think of themselves as masters of others, and who feel envy and poison themselves, and who torture themselves because they cannot see that love and all things change like the wind. But pity even more those who die of their fear of loving, and who reject love in the name of a greater love that they know not. Neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, whoever drinks of the water that I shall give him will never thirst. Pity those who reduce the cosmos to an explanation, God to a magic potion, and humanity to beings with basic needs that must be satisfied, because they never hear the music of the spheres. But have even more pity on those who have blind faith, and who in their laboratories transform mercury into gold, and who are surrounded by their books about the secrets of the tarot and the power of the pyramids. Neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, whoever does not receive the kingdom of God as a little child will by no means enter it. Pity those who see no one but themselves, and for whom others are a blurred and distant scenario as they pass through the streets in their limousines and lock themselves in their air-conditioned penthouse offices, as they suffer in silence the solitude of power. But pity even more those who will do anything for anybody, and are charitable, and seek to win out over evil only through love. For neither of these kinds of people know thy law that says, let he who has no sword sell his garment and buy one. Have pity, Lord, on we who seek out and dare to take up the sword that you have promised, and who are a saintly and sinful lot scattered throughout the world, because we do not recognize even ourselves, and often think that we are dressed, but we are nude. We believe that we have committed a crime, when in reality we have saved someone's life. And do not forget in your pity for all of us that we hold the sword with the hand of an angel and the hand of a devil, and that they are both the same hand. Because we are of the world, and we continue to be of the world, and we have need of thee. We will always be in need of thy law that says, when I sent you without money bag, knapsack, and sandals, you lacked nothing. Petrus ended his prayer. As silence prevailed, he gazed out over the field of wheat that surrounded us. Conquest. We arrived one afternoon at the ruins of an old castle of the Order of the Knights Templar. We sat down to rest, and while Petrus smoked his usual cigarette, I drank a bit of the wine left over from lunch. I studied the view that surrounded us. A few peasant houses, the tower of the castle, the undulating fields ready for sowing. To my right appeared a shepherd, guiding his flock past the walls of the castle, bound for home. The sky was red, and the dust raised by the animals blurred the view, making it look like a dream or a magic vision. The shepherd waved to us, and we waved back. The sheep passed in front of us and continued down the road. Petrus got to his feet. It was an impressive scene, and I would like to have stayed, but Petrus said, let's go right away. We've got to hurry. Why? Because I said so. Don't you think we have spent enough time on the road to Santiago? But something told me that his haste had something to do with the magic scene of the shepherd and his sheep. 2 days later, we were close to some mountains to the south. Their elevation was a relief to the monotony of the immense wheat fields. The area had some natural elevations, but it was well punctuated by the yellow markers that Father Geordie had mentioned. At that point, Petrus, without explanation, began to stray from the markers and to plunge more and more in a northerly direction. When I pointed this out to him, he answered brusquely, saying that he was the guide and that he knew where he was leading me. After half an hour or so along the new path, I began to hear the sound of tumbling water. All about us were the sun-drenched fields, and I tried to imagine what the sound could be. As we continued, the sound grew louder, and there was no doubt that it was produced by a waterfall. But I could see neither mountains nor falls near us. Then, as we crested a small rise, we were confronted with one of nature's most extravagant works. A basin opened up in the plateau, deep enough to contain a 5-story building, and a stream hurtled to its floor. The immense crater was bordered by luxuriant vegetation, completely different in appearance from the flora we had been passing until then, and it framed the falling water. "Let's climb down here," Petrus said. We began a descent that put me in mind of Jules Verne. It was as if we were descending to the center of the earth. The way was steep and difficult to navigate, and so as not to fall, we were forced to grasp at thorny branches and sharp rocks. When I reached the bottom, my arms and legs were lacerated. "Isn't this beautiful?" said Petrus, taking no notice of my discomfort. I agreed. It was an oasis in the desert. The plant life and the rainbow formed by the droplets of water made the basin as beautiful seen from below as from above. "This is where nature really shows its power," he said. "True," I nodded. "And it gives us a chance to show our own strength." "Let's climb the falls," said my guide. Through the water, I looked again at the scene. Now I no longer saw it as an oasis, nor as one of nature's more sophisticated caprices. Instead, I was looking at a wall more than 50 feet high over which the water fell with a deafening force. The small lagoon formed by the cataract was no deeper than a man's height, since the river ran to an opening that probably took it underground. On the wall, there were no protrusions that I could make use of in a climb, and the depth of the pool was not sufficient to break a fall. I was looking at an absolutely impossible task. I thought of an event from 5 years ago, during a ritual that had required, like this situation, an extremely dangerous climb. My master had given me a choice as to whether I wanted to continue or not. I was younger and fascinated by his powers and by the miracles of the tradition, so I decided to go on. I needed to demonstrate my courage and my bravery. After I had climbed the mountain for nearly an hour, and as I was approaching the most difficult stretch, a wind of unexpected force arose, and to keep myself from falling, I had to cling with all my strength to the small ledge that supported me. I closed my eyes, expecting the worst, and dug my nails into the rock. A minute later, I was surprised to find that someone had helped me to assume a safer and more comfortable position. I opened my eyes to see that my master was there at my side. He made some gestures in the air, and the wind suddenly ceased. With an absolutely mysterious agility, at times seeming to require an exercise in levitation, he descended the mountain and told me to do likewise. I arrived at the base with my legs trembling and asked him angrily why he hadn't caused the wind to abate before it threatened me. "Because it was I who ordered the wind to blow," he answered. "So it would kill me? No, in order to save you. It would have been impossible for you to climb this mountain. When I asked if you wanted to, I was not testing your courage. I was testing your wisdom. You made it into an order when I had not given one," said the master. "If you were able to levitate yourself, you would not have had a problem. But you wanted to be brave when it was enough to have been intelligent." That day, he told me about magi who had become insane during the process of illumination and who could no longer distinguish between their own powers and those of their disciples. During my lifetime, I have known some great men in the tradition. I had gotten to know 3 great masters, including my own, who were able to dominate material objects in ways that went far beyond what anyone could imagine. I had witnessed miracles, exact predictions of the future, and knowledge of past incarnations. My master had spoken of the Falklands War 2 months before Argentina had invaded the islands. He had described everything in detail and had explained the reasons on an astral level for the conflict. But after that day, I had begun to notice that there were magi who, in the master's words, had been crazed by the process of illumination. They were individuals who in almost every way were the equal of their masters, even with respect to their powers. I saw one of them make a seed germinate in 20 minutes of extreme concentration. But that man and some others had already led many disciples to madness and despair. Some of those disciples had had to be committed to mental hospitals, and there was at least one confirmed case of suicide. Those masters were on the blacklist of the tradition, but it was impossible to control them, and I know that many of them continue their work even today. All of this passed through my mind in a fraction of a second as I looked at the waterfall that seemed impossible to scale. I thought of the length
اهلا اهلا
فين البدرة؟ سلام.
بخير.
اخبارك هذا؟
الله يكبر بك. شحال ما شفناكم.
اخبار شي. شحال ما خسرتي واقيلا؟ شحال ما خسرتي؟
نهار الحد عقلتي داك نهار الحد اللي فات قصرتي معنا ياك؟
واقيلا.
من داك النهار ما قصرتش.
غير ندير شي كومبليت. نحركوها فيها شوية.
دابا حاليا لا ما عادش لعب كوم دابا الكونيكسيون اللي داخل بها دابا ماشي ديال اللعب. داخل بها نشوف الدراري وكذا وبنعلمكم راه فرنسا بلوش غدا عندنا بروميير ياك.
غدا
غدا عندنا داك الماتش داك الاخراني عرفتي. من
6
من 6 وربع. عرفتي ديك ربع ساعة خصك تكون حاضر فيها.
داكشي صافي كون هاني
ياك كون هاني ياك.
لا،
5 ونص
كون
خاصك تكون هنا.
كون هاني
5 ونص ديك الخمسة بحال هكاك نلعبو شي كومبو الاول بيناتنا مع شحال ما لعبنا.
صافي كون هاني.
دابا حنا في راسك راه نهار الاثنين واقيلا ما عرفتش مشى بحال هكا غنديرو الويف نديرو الفيبر. دابا باقي ما درناش دابا غدا نلعب معاكم ما بقاش راه نشري شي 30 درهم اصلا.
سير الله قدا غلط.
راه شوف في الليل اليوم في الليل مع ديك 12 بحال هكاك راه غندخل انا وبيتفون وراسونيت على بيني اكثر ما جاوبنيش.
دابا نشوف انا ديك 12 واقيلا نمشي نتعشى واقيلا نقدر نعاود نبان واقيلا شي شويه. نقدر نعاود نبان ما عرفتش صراحه حتى نشوف.
بلا نلعبو ماشي بغينا نبقاو راه واحد جوج كومبات وصافي شحال ما لعبنا نتعاودو نلعبو شويه صافي.
اوكي نشوف ما تسلى انا ندير شي كومبات دابا بعدا.
راك تنقدر
سير الله.
يلا صافي
يلا توت يلا سير الله سير.
Match found.
Stand in my way. I dare you.
Team. I love the best team in the world. Hello, hello.
Meow.
Meow, meow. Guys, we need a smoker. Sage is very useful in this map. No, okay, forget. Salam alaikum.
I told you, Chamber, I cannot eat your cooking.
Hello, team. Hello, guys. Hello.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Hello, hello.
Hello, Rox. I want join your team premium. I want join. I am the best player. I am like teams. Hey. I want join.
Hello, hello, Reyna.
Hello.
How are you, man?
Good, and you?
Good. Let's fuck them. Baby.
Flash out!
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I would apologize to them, but alas, they are dead.
Bro, why you sound you are like you work in the news, bro? Why? Bridge.
Yeah.
Or you actually work for news or something?
Yeah, I work for the BBC News.
I didn't hear you. Your voice is so.
Yeah, I work for BBC News.
Ah, you work for a big black cock news.
Yes. You want one? B.
Blinding! Forever!
Cutting their vision. Enemy B. Spike planted.
Yeah.
That's not ready. Plastic!
Last player standing.
You have shotgun.
Easy.
You have shotgun.
Oh.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
I'm saving.
I'm not saving.
Bro.
Don't save, we have one thousand. Take Spectre.
Yo, that ass you
They want
sound
to fight?
familiar. You are
Let's
famous
fight.
or some shit. I don't know, bro.
لا غيبوب العربية كاملة بس
Cover going out.
Guys, where are you?
Concussing!
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Flash out! Blinding!
One enemy remaining.
Come on, come on!
Bye bye.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
They can be edges this time.
Hit them fast, hit them hard.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Oh my god.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Let me go B, let me go B. They're here, they're here, they're here.
Reloading.
Nowhere to run!
I'm a good shot.
Can you smoke again?
Spike planted.
Good job.
Show me a target.
Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Ready.
Last player standing.
No distractions.
Clutch.
شوي شوي يا الوان.
My city needs me. I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
They are so dead.
بغيت الزوانين غادي يتخسران زوروا معنا.
Now they have my attention. Stand aside.
Concussing!
Planting A. Planting A.
Spike planted.
Reyna, go back, go back, go back.
Still in sight. Last player standing.
Allah. ديفيوز ديفيوز
One enemy remaining.
ديفيوز باقي بعيدة ما تحبش
No targets.
ما تحبش يا صاحبي ها ديفيوز ينص
خليه يلعب خليه يلعب.
ويلي شو صاحبي كون درت لي النص.
Trust me, they will make mistakes. When they do, take advantage.
ربي ربي.
شي ماكينة شي ماكينة شكون
سموك سموك.
Spike down B.
رينا ميد سنايبر روتيت ميبي
No distraction.
قلت رينا
سباميها سباميها يا رب العالمين سباميها من الاول.
قلاوي قلاوات كنا سكتي
اومن
Last player standing.
خراب تجيب ايس يا
Spike planted.
هاي هيز ادفانس. اها عذبتكم بالسنايب.
الله يرحم.
لا حسون الله حواجك.
Reyna, I must say how nice it is to work with you. It is so hard to find partners with you.
La nouvelle. Quand j'aurai pris ma retraite.
Need a drop.
J'espère que tu raconteras des histoires à propos de moi aux pauvres fous qui travaillent.
اروح 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 يا قلب. بدي يشيلوا له نعطيله سبيكتر سكنه يا اخي.
Time's up. Let's go.
Concussing! Blasting! Dead.
واش هذا بعدا بي 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 كاين في بي انا قلت عليهم اوكي
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted B.
Blinding!
Still in sight. One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Cypher's B. Enemy spotted B.
هاك جيتكم ها طوحت لكم البشري
لا لا لا
I will survive them.
لا انا بالفرماج.
Ja.
Good job.
تبي تلعب باوبي يا خريب. كنت قلت لكم رينا ما كنتش بيكي ما كنتش بيكي.
remaining. Spike down B.
معلم
Give me if I don't grade.
خد لي اوب تيك اوب تيك اوب.
D2 سيد D2.
Not a single life worth saving.
ثانك يو. بيجي اوبا سميتك.
Give me phantom ice.
لا هكاك.
Give me phantom.
Let's go.
You want to play? Let's play.
The hunt begins.
Run.
Why ice? Why?
One enemy remaining.
You were pitiful. Their lives are so meaningless.
شكون عنده فانتاسكين الدراري؟
Might as well give.
Do you have فانتاسكين؟
أنا
Need a drop.
Need this.
Thank you.
ثانك يو. نايس عندك ايون.
Concussing.
رينا سيت بليز ممكن. يا اومن.
Flash out.
هذه فسرها لسب هذه شنو اللي قارق هذه فسرها لسب تسلك بها اسمك سيتو كذا راهي اي رقم اي رينا واللحوة واحد مد عندك واحد مد شد مد بس مد وبعدين نرى في الصندوق عندك تم علينا
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
عندنا
30 seconds left.
ارجع
Last player standing.
ما عندوش فلاش سيري بقدر. نو تايم بلاي تايم ما عندوش تايم.
10 seconds left.
وجيك
A gift.
نو تايم رجع.
Teleport's gone.
Last round before the switch.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
ايسو ريتش شامبر كيفاش ضربني
Who's next?
Smoke. Euro side.
Nowhere to run.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
مرة.
Switching sides.
I feel the strain.
Reloading. Every choice matters.
Shadows traveling.
Reloading.
Maximum.
Cover going out.
Concussing! Clearing out!
Enemy spotted.
Reloading. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Blinding!
Flawless.
Çok.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Full boy, full boy.
Shadows traveling.
Smokes.
Done. Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
No, weźmy od sieci, weźmy od sieci.
Reloading.
رينا انسايد. لا اجي هنا انسايد يلا معي يلا
Easy. Flash out!
راني سكت
Last player standing.
Excusez-moi.
Fuck.
Every fight is a lesson.
Spikes here.
Right there. Right there. Take him.
Still in sight.
Concussing!
Still in sight.
Clearing out! Breaking them. Weak.
Shadows traveling.
Sova's dead.
One more.
Oh, good one.
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Don't push.
ما تنقص عليك.
رولود.
رجع يلعب معها عشان تشيكيوتي.
سلم.
Breathe. Then commit.
Let's go be one on 2 واحد وغلط.
Watching here.
Forever! No distraction! Blasting! My ult is ready. Blinding!
Cutting their vision.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Destabilizing. Making cover. Reloading. Here. Reloading. Spike planted.
They found my trap.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
في اكسجين التليبورت قدامي.
Flash out!
عندي غلط.
No.
على الفوق عندي غلط لها
I'm
عندي.
watching here.
The enemy only looks composed.
I need a
Their
gun.
heart's still a different
Thank you. Reloading.
Reloading.
Okay.
They are so dead. Cover going out.
Concussing! Clearing out! Focusing. Right there. Destabilizing. Blinding!
موجود هنا.
Inside.
Spike planted. Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Team Ace.
Good job.
We ran right over them. Yes.
The backs will be towards at least one of us.
بريتش let's go B.
Yeah.
بريتش ياخذ الأورب وألتيماس.
Yeah.
وصات ألعب زين.
Yes.
جوادة بريتش.
Gun here. Behind me. Over there.
You want to play? Let's play.
Over there.
Nowhere to run!
Oh my god.
Spike down B.
That's a good spot. Down.
Still
I
inside.
have the spike.
Rotate.
Cover going out.
Rotate. Good job.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
شفت ستون بايظ.
This is business.
هذا ابو بالصوره بكل بيا بيسو بليك تيل بيسو بدو يشتري. اطلع هربوا عليه. روسي كيكي رينا
You're not.
واحد
70.
Not enough.
رينا صاحبي.
صاحبي انت يعني ايه ممكن اسطوري يا صاحبي.
No distraction.
كفريوني كفريوني. يزمد يزمد.
One enemy remaining.
سلم سلم.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
خلاص كيف هذا سمبلي.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Thanks.
I have credits if you need them. Well done.
عندي فلوس.
إنها
Over there. Clearing out.
فيك رشيد فيك رشيد فيك رشيد صبر. ممكن نشوف مين. مسموك.
Enemy spotted A. Got one. Target down. Scatter.
هيتلر الأرض هيتلر تدخل.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
مid. Whisper.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
اجي نشوف عندي التفا.
اوكي.
Take them one by one. Forever.
Going out.
Let's go! Change the target. My ult is ready.
Push.
No distraction.
Spotted.
Spike down B.
Blinding. Making cover. Cover going out.
Can you fake rotate? Watch film.
Last player standing.
Breaking them. No charges.
It's next one.
Got 3.
Seconds left.
شريف.
الرماه في الكيبي.
Planted.
عندي مورك الصف. روح نايس تراك.
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Station centrale, veuillez éviter la
Vente en plus.
il a été endommagé.
Need a drop.
Rendez-vous dans un autre abri à la place.
Thank you.
Need a drop.
شريدي واحد شريدي.
We win.
جماعة الأيس تاعي بالله ما كاش لي يتمس ما كاش لي يتحرك جماعة الأيس. كنت نجيب أيس ونجي خاطر جماعة.
Shadows traveling.
The hunt begins.
Planted.
Concussing. Blinding. Not your best.
Just chill.
Next. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Last player standing.
One HP.
هلا. Good job.
Teleport's ready.
Match
Good boy.
Let's put them in the ground.
I need a gun. Thank you.
Trevor!
Omen fight.
Clearing out!
Cover going out.
Taking cover.
Who's next?
Go.
Reloading.
أعطاهم info. Come back.
Alright.
شيك.
Flash out!
Spawn.
Enemy A.
Blinding. Traveling.
guys.
30 seconds left.
Got the
Spike
spike.
down A. Last player standing.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
I need a drop. Tak.
Shift guys, shift.
Please stop. Shift.
I have the spike.
Nowhere to run! Flash out! Distraction. Trevor! Blasting! Blinding!
Last player standing.
Allah.
جلس نفس كون
Overtime. Switching sides.
My burden never ends.
no prisoners.
Enemy spotted mid.
Holy shit, Enderman. نشتكي وش من رأى. واحد رأى عمر رأى.
اوه 83.
يوروب تبقى شيء.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Stopping fire.
Switching sides.
Instinct only goes so far.
Skill covers the rest.
I need this. I need this.
I need a drop. Concussing!
Shadows traveling.
Show me a target. Clearing out! Making cover.
Cover going out.
Flash out! No match.
One more.
Free out! My ult's ready.
This is ultimate to me.
Wait.
Last player standing.
Oh ما يمكنش.
What the fuck?
Defenders win.
Fucking stuff.